There's something about the woods in fall. The way the air turns, crisp, how shadows stretch longer, how silence grows thick between the trees. As a former park ranger, I've seen nature at its most beautiful. I've also seen it at its most unforgiving. These are not urban legends. These are not campfire tales. These are real accounts from men and women who put on the uniform, walked into the forest, and came back, changed. Some didn't come back at all. So if you're reading this on a cold October night, maybe curled up with a blanket, remember, the woods don't care if you believe. They've always been watching. And they don't like being watched back. My name is Owen Keller. I'm 35 years old, a schoolteacher from Knoxville, Tennessee. And I've been camping in the Appalachians since I was old enough to lace up my own boots. My father used to say the mountains raise own kind of people. Quiet, practical, and a little suspicious of things that come out after dark. He wasn't wrong. Most of us who grow up near these ridges know the rules. Respect the land, stay on marked trails, and don't go looking for sounds that stop when you do. In the spring of 2021, a few friends and I planned a weekend trip to a small patch of backcountry in a place called Dry Creek Hollow. It's not on most maps, technically. It's an unmanaged forest area between the Blue Rock State Reserve and county land that was once logged out in the 1960s. If you drive east from the town of Redfield for about 40 minutes, then take a gravel road that seems to go nowhere, you'll find a faded wooden sign half buried in weeds that says, Dry Creek, Access Road. No park logo, no ranger markings. Just a direction arrow carved by hand. I'd camped nearby before, but never that far in. The hollow had a bit of a reputation with locals. People said it was quiet in a way that wasn't natural. No wind, no echo. Hunters claimed the deer there had cloudy eyes, and that sometimes you could hear a single knock, like a hammer on wood, echoing down the ridge at night. Every Appalachian town has stories like that, though. To me, it was just an excuse to spend a weekend with my oldest friends Mason and Luke. Mason was the planner. 6 feet tall, ex-military, the kind of guy who brought a compass even when there was GPS. Luke was the opposite. He was the loud one, always cracking jokes. Always the first to say something like, "If we get eaten by Bigfoot, I call first dibs on haunting the guy who planned this." We'd been a trio since college, and these trips were our way of pretending we still had the same endless summers we used to. We left early Friday afternoon. By the time we reached the trailhead, the light had already turned that slow golden color the mountains get just before evening. The air was thick with the smell of pine and wet earth. The gravel road dead ended at a small clearing where an old fire ring sat beside a wooden post marked Mile 0. Dry Creek Hollow Trail. The post leaned at a crooked angle, its paint long peeled away. We packed light. 2 tents, a shared food barrel, and Mason's old Coleman lantern that burned so loud you could hear it hiss from 20 feet away. The plan was to hike about 3 miles in and set camp near a ridge above the creek. The first mile was fine. Easy slope, clear path. But after the second, the forest grew denser, and the trail looked less like a path, and more like something the woods were trying to swallow back up. There's a kind of silence in deep forest that presses against your skin. Not peaceful, just heavy. Every footstep sounds wrong. Every twig snap echoes longer than it should. I started noticing that even the usual background noise, birds, insects, seemed to fade the deeper we went. Luke commented on it first. "Feels like we're walking into a vacuum," he said, laughing, but not really laughing. Mason checked his compass a few times, frowned, then muttered something about magnetic interference. I thought he was joking until I looked over his shoulder and saw the needle twitching in small, erratic jerks, never settling north. He tapped the glass, shrugged, and said, "Probably just iron in the soil." We found our campsite around dusk. A small plateau overlooking a bend in the creek below. You could hear the water, but not see it, which somehow made the sound sharper, as if it were running right under our feet. We set up the tents and got a fire going before dark fully fell. It was one of those calm, steady evenings where smoke rose straight up instead of drifting. We talked for a while about old trips, old girlfriends, stupid things we'd done in college. Then Luke said something I still remember word for word. "You know, it's too quiet for even ghosts. Not even a cricket's brave enough to chirp here." He was right. The night was absolute stillness. Even the creek seemed muffled. Mason poured another beer and said, "Maybe this place really is hollow. Like there's space underneath us." He stomped a boot on the ground. The sound was dull, like dirt over wood. Around 10, Mason went to check his pack for a map. I was poking the fire when Luke froze mid-sentence. His head tilted like he was trying to catch a sound. "You hear that?" he whispered. At first I didn't. Then I realized what had caught him. A faint tapping, slow, deliberate. Somewhere out beyond the trees to our right. Knock, knock, knock. 3 beats, then silence. Mason came back and asked what was wrong. Luke pointed into the darkness and said, "Woodpecker, maybe." But we all knew it wasn't. It came again, same rhythm, same distance. The 3 of us stood there, listening until it stopped completely. Mason shrugged it off. Could be a branch hitting another in the wind. Except there was no wind. Not a leaf moved. We decided to let it go. After all, the woods have 1,000 ways to mess with your head if you give them too much attention. We turned in around 11. I lay in my tent, half awake, listening to the faint hiss of the lantern outside fading as the fuel burned low. That's when I heard it again, but closer. Knock. Knock. This time, it came from behind my tent. I froze, barely breathing. The rhythm was the same as before, but slower now, more patient. I whispered Mason's name. No answer. I waited another minute. Then, just as I reached for my flashlight, something scraped softly along the fabric near my feet, like a stick being dragged in a slow arc. My first thought was an animal. Maybe a raccoon. I unzipped the tent, shined the light out. Nothing. Just trees and the faint line of our extinguished fire. The woods were blacker than I'd ever seen them. The kind of dark that swallows your beam after 10 feet. I listened again. Silence. Then a voice. Not loud, not clear, but human. It came from somewhere down the slope near the creek. A man's voice, calling something I couldn't make out. I thought maybe it was a lost hiker. I called back. "Hey! You okay out there?" The voice stopped. For a full 10 seconds, there was nothing. Then, so faint I almost doubted I heard it, came the reply to, "Come help me." That's when Mason's tent zipper snapped open. He stepped out with his light already raised. "You heard that too?" he asked. Luke stumbled out right behind him, pale. The voice came again, closer this time. Same words, same tone. Like a recording replayed. "Come help me." Mason motioned for us to stay put and walked a few yards toward the sound. I wanted to stop him but couldn't find words. His flashlight beam cut across the trees, shaking slightly. He called out, "Where are you?" No answer. Just that running water sound from the creek. He took a few more steps, then stopped dead. "There's no one down there," he said quietly. "The voice is coming from the creek bed." I stepped closer, peering over his shoulder. Between the trunks, I could see the faint shimmer of water reflecting his light. And something else. For a split second, it looked like a figure crouched by the bank, hands in the water. But when Mason raised the beam, it was gone. Luke whispered, "We're not helping anyone tonight. Let's go back to the fire." We did. Sat there in silence until the lantern burned out completely. No one slept much. Every few minutes, one of us would glance toward the creek, half expecting to see that figure again. At some point, maybe around 3 a.m., the knocking returned. This time, it didn't come from a single direction. It echoed, soft knocks from the left, then right, then somewhere behind us, as if the forest itself were closing in. Mason finally muttered, "Pack it. We're leaving at first light." But light didn't come when it should have. When I unzipped my tent hours later, expecting dawn, the sky was still dark. My phone said 7:46 a.m., but the woods looked like pre-dawn twilight, the sun never quite rising. I remember thinking maybe it was thick cloud cover. Then I saw the lantern. It was upright by the fire pit, freshly lit. No one had touched it. And beside it, half buried in the dirt, was a small wooden cross made of twigs, bound with red thread. None of us had made it. Mason looked at me, his jaw tight. "We're leaving now," he said. We packed fast. The trail that had been so clear yesterday was nearly gone, overgrown with vines that looked fresh, green, wet with morning dew. Every direction looked the same. Compass still twitched uselessly. We started moving anyway, following what felt like downhill, hoping it would lead us back to the access road. After maybe an hour, we reached a clearing. Not the one we'd started from. In the middle stood another fire ring, and beside it, the exact same wooden post that said Mile 0, Dry Creek Hollow Trail. Only this time it wasn't leaning. It stood straight and new, as if it had just been placed. Luke laughed, a thin, frightened sound. "Guess we just looped somehow." Except when I checked my phone again, it said 3:12 p.m. The sun still hadn't come up. We stood there longer than we should have, just staring at that post like it might explain something. Mason crouched down, brushed his hand over the dirt around it, and said, "The ground's soft, like someone just drove it in." He tried to laugh, but it came out thin. Luke circled the clearing, muttering, "No way." We walked straight. "There's no way." His voice kept cracking in little bursts, like he was running out of room inside his chest. I felt the same. My legs ached, but not from walking, from clenching. It's a weird thing when your body figures out before your brain that something's wrong. The forest looked exactly like before. The same crooked pines, the same rock outcropping near the edge, even the same fire ring half full of blackened wood. Only this time, there were footprints, not ours. Small, barefoot impressions leading from the opposite side of the clearing into the trees. Kids. I offered weakly, though I already knew better. The prints were too clean, too deliberate. The toes pointed inward, like someone walking heel first. Mason followed them a few feet, then stopped. "They just end," he said quietly. Like whoever made them just stepped off the ground. That was when I realized something else was missing. The air had gone completely still again. No wind, no water sounds. Even the usual distant hum of life, birds, flies, rustle, gone. You don't notice how alive the woods are until they go dead. Luke sat down on a log, rubbing his temples. We need to think. GPS maps. Whatever. I pulled out my phone. No signal, of course. But that wasn't the problem. The battery icon was full, and the time now read 9:46 p.m. same day. Same date. The sky above us hadn't changed a shade. It was still that bluish, pre-dawn light that sits between night and morning. Mason checked his watch, an old analog one that had survived deployments. "I've had this thing 10 years, he said. Never seen it do this. The second hand wasn't moving, just stuck between two marks, ticking soundlessly. He turned to me. "We follow the creek out. Always leads downhill." It sounded sane enough. Water meant civilization, eventually. So we packed again and pushed toward the sound we'd heard the night before, or what we thought was the creek. The deeper we went, the more the woods shifted in ways that didn't make sense. Fallen logs appeared where none had been. Trees leaned at sharper angles, their roots half exposed like ribs. And then there was the smell, faint like rust and damp ashes. After maybe a half mile, we found the water. Except it wasn't the same creek. It ran silent, almost perfectly clear, and wide as a small river. You could see every stone at the bottom, smoothed and pale. Mason tested the current with a stick. It didn't move. The water looked like it was frozen mid-flow, except when you touched it, it was liquid, cold as ice. "That's not right," Luke said, his voice small. I crouched down, dipped my fingers in. No ripple, no movement. Just the faintest vibration, like a low hum running through the water itself. It made my teeth ache. We followed the edge downstream, or what we thought was downstream. The direction didn't matter. The banks curved in impossible ways, sometimes doubling back, sometimes splitting into two like veins. Every few minutes, Mason would mark a tree with his knife, just to see if we were looping again. We were. The first mark we'd made showed up after an hour, clean and fresh, but the wood around it was still bleeding sap, bright as if it had just been cut. Luke stopped walking then. "We're not getting out, are we?" I started to tell him not to talk like that, but Mason spoke first. "We will. We just stay logical. The mind panics when it loses reference. That's all this is." I wanted to believe him. I really did. But the woods didn't feel logical. The trees didn't look grown, they looked arranged. Every trunk stood just far enough apart to see between them, always revealing another. Like a hall of mirrors made of bark. It was Luke who saw the smoke first. Thin and white, curling above the ridge ahead. "Maybe a cabin," he said. His voice was desperate enough that I didn't correct him. That there shouldn't be anyone out here. We followed it. The climb was steeper than it looked. My breath came short, and the smell of the smoke grew stronger, sweet and sickly, like burning sap or pitch. When we finally reached the ridge, the smoke came from a small fire pit outside a single wooden shack. One room. Tin roof, no windows, just a half-open door. Mason motioned for us to stay back, then called out, "Hello. Anyone here?" Nothing. The fire was burning steady, not old, not new. A kettle hung above it, steaming faintly. "Someone's here," Luke said. Or was, Mason muttered. He pushed the door open. Inside was bare. A cot, a table, a chair. The walls were covered in carvings. Hundreds of small crosses, stars, and circles etched into the wood. Some looked fresh, others faded into deep grooves. On the table lay a stack of folded paper. Old, yellowed, edges curled. Mason opened one. It was a map. A hand-drawn map of Dry Creek Hollow. Only the lines didn't match the terrain we'd hiked. Trails twisted into loops, creeks branched where they shouldn't. Around the edges, someone had written the same phrase over and over in tiny, cramped handwriting. Doent, Auenstauer. Doent, Loke. Do, Fafolo? Luke backed away. We should go. Mason nodded. He folded the map carefully, slid it into his jacket. But before we could leave, the sound started again. That slow, deliberate knocking. 3 beats. Coming from behind the shack. We froze. It came again. Knock, knock, knock. Mason went for his flashlight, but the moment he turned it on, the beam flickered weakly, and then died. So did mine. So did Luke's. The knocking grew louder, now on the wall itself. Then a whisper, low, dragging, like someone speaking through a crack in the boards. Come help me. Luke bolted first, stumbling down the slope. I followed, heart hammering. Mason stayed a second longer, staring back at the door, then ran after us. We didn't stop until we hit the creek again. The woods looked different now. Darker. Though no night had fallen. The trees seemed closer, pressing inward. I tried to catch my breath and said, "We have to keep going." Mason didn't answer. He was holding his hand out in front of him, staring at his fingers. They were trembling, but not from fear. The skin near his nails had turned pale, almost translucent, like frostbite. What the hell? I started, but Luke cut me off, pointing upstream. There was someone standing on the opposite bank. A man, barefoot, wearing torn jeans and a dirty flannel. He was bent slightly, like his spine couldn't hold him up straight. His face was shadowed, but I could see his mouth move. At first, no sound came. Then, clear as if he were next to us, we heard the same phrase. "Come help me." Mason took a step forward. I grabbed his arm. "Don't." But the man raised a hand, palm open, and pointed directly at Mason. Then, still without moving his feet, he turned and walked backward into the trees. Luke whispered, "Did you see his eyes?" I hadn't. I didn't want to ask. We ran again. No direction now, just moving. The forest blurred together, roots and shadows, and that faint humming under the ground. Every few minutes, I swore I saw flashes of that same man between the trees. Always ahead of us, always just out of reach. By the time we stopped, my lungs burned. We were back in another clearing. Not the same one, or maybe it was. There was the fire ring again. The same post, only now, the sign didn't say Miles Yor. It said Mile 1. Mason stared at it for a long time. "We're being led," he said finally, like someone's walking us through a route. Laughed. Half hysteria, half despair. You think someone built a maze in the middle of the woods. Mason didn't answer. He was looking past us toward the trees. I turned and saw what had caught him. Dozens of little twig. Crosses hanging from branches, swaying slightly though the air was dead still. Each one was bound with red thread. Luke started tearing them down, snapping them in half. "This is all fake!" "It's nothing." The moment the first one broke, the knocking started again. Not distant this time. Surrounding us. Dozens of knocks from every direction, all in that same rhythm. Knock, knock, knock. I shouted his name, told him to stop, but he just kept ripping them down until Mason grabbed him. "Don't touch another," he hissed. The forest went still. Then, a new sound. Whispering. Not words, not really. just 100 small breaths at once. The trees shivered like something had moved through them. We backed toward the center of the clearing. Mason drew the knife again, though what he thought he'd do with it, I don't know. The whispering grew louder, closer. I turned my flashlight back on out of instinct, and this time it worked. For 1 second, the beam cut through the dark and lit something moving between the trunks. Not one thing, many. Shapes. Pale, low to the ground, crawling on all fours. Their skin looked slick, almost wet, and where their faces should have been were smooth blanks that caught the light like glass. Luke screamed. Mason grabbed his pack, swung it over his shoulder. Run. We tore through the trees. The knocking followed, faster now, blending into the sound of our own footsteps. I could feel that hum under the ground again, rising like the earth itself was vibrating apart. Branches tore at my arms, roots caught my boots. Luke tripped, and I went back for him, yanking him upright. He was crying, breath coming out in high, panicked gasps. We didn't stop until the trees broke open into another clearing. This one smaller, moonlight spilling down over a patch of bare rock. At the center stood an old wooden signpost with no words carved at all. Just splintered wood, the top broken clean off. Mason dropped to his knees, gasping. Luke fell beside him. I stayed standing, scanning the trees. The shapes had stopped at the edge of the clearing, just inside the shadow line. They crouched there, still as statues, their heads tilted slightly as if listening. Then, in unison, they leaned forward, and every one of them tapped the ground once. Knock. They didn't move after that first knock. Not at first. Just stayed crouched there, dozens of them, heads tilted, their pale bodies twitching slightly, like they were waiting for permission. Mason whispered, "Don't move." But Luke was already backing up, stumbling on the rocks. His boot scraped the stone, the sound too loud. The shapes reacted, not all at once, like a wave, spreading from one to the next. Heads snapped toward us. Then the second knock came. Louder, from behind. That's when I realized there weren't dozens. There were hundreds. The woods surrounding the clearing seemed to breathe. Every shadow deepened. Every tree stretched longer. I saw movement in the branches. Something crawling overhead, matching the same slow rhythm. Mason yanked Luke to his feet and we bolted again, because running was the only thing left that made sense. The air turned thick as fog, though there was no mist. My chest burned. My flashlight beam shook across trunks that looked closer together than before. Each one bore the same red, thread cross, fresh, tight, bleeding sap. And under it all, that steady pulse through the ground, keeping pace with our running feet. We broke through brush and found ourselves back at the creek. The water still looked glass, still, but now it glowed faintly, as if reflecting a moon that wasn't there. Mason grabbed my arm. "We follow it," he said, breath ragged. "Even if it loops again, we follow it." Luke didn't argue. None of us spoke after that. We just walked, half running, half limping along the bank. The forest noise didn't return. Just that occasional, distant tap like something keeping tempo with us. After a while, I noticed the trees thinning. Ahead, the water widened into what looked like a shallow pool, maybe 20 feet across. On the far side was a steep rise of rock, a kind of natural wall. In the center, carved into the stone, was a narrow archway leading into blackness. Luke stopped first. "Tell me that's not a cave," he said, voice shaking. Mason's jaw was set tight. "It's shelter." "No," I said. "We keep moving." He looked at me then, and for the first time I saw how scared he really was. Not panicked. Hollow. We're going in circles, Owen. The woods keep feeding us the same ground. You feel it, don't you? The hum. I did. It wasn't underfoot anymore. It was in my bones. We crossed the pool by stepping on the stones. Each one felt warm to the touch, though the air was cold. The surface of the water trembled faintly around our feet, as if something underneath brushed against it. I tried not to look down. Inside the archway, the air changed. Still but thick, like breathing inside someone else's lungs. The tunnel walls were smooth rock, wet, reflecting our lights back in dull, yellow smears. The hum grew louder. Luke clutched the strap of his pack, so tight his knuckles turned white. The passage curved sharply left, then widened into a chamber. The floor was covered in mud, scattered with bones, deer, rabbit, maybe others. In the center stood an old wooden beam, upright like the post outside, but covered in carvings. Crosses, circles, stars, and words. Faded, carved deep into the wood. Mile 2. Mason stepped closer, running a finger over the engraving. It's all part of something, he murmured. A path. Path to where? I asked. Before he could answer, Luke pointed his light toward the far wall. There. At first I thought it was just rock, but then I saw it, more footprints. Bare, leading straight into the wall itself, vanishing where the stone met mud. The prints were wet, still dripping. Luke whispered, "They go in." That's when the knocking started again, this time from inside the rock, slow, deliberate from the other side. Knock, knock, knock. Mason stumbled back. We're leaving. We turned to run, but the passage behind us had changed. It wasn't open anymore. The walls had closed in, the tunnel narrowing until only a crack remained. I pushed at it. It felt like solid rock. Then the voice came again. Not a whisper this time. Not from outside. From inside our heads, echoing bone to bone. Come help me. Luke screamed and dropped his pack, clawing at his ears. Mason grabbed him, shouting, but the voice only got louder. It wasn't a single tone now. It was layered. Hundreds of voices speaking the same phrase, overlapping in perfect rhythm. I don't remember choosing to move. My legs just did. I ran toward the wall where the footprints ended and slammed my hands against it. The rock wasn't cold. It pulsed under my palms like something breathing beneath it. Then, for one heartbeat, I saw it. My reflection, faint in the wet stone. Only it wasn't moving like me. It was smibbled back, fell hard into the mud. Mason pulled me up. The hum was now a roar. The entire cave shaking. Cracks split across the beam, sap, or something darker, oozing out. The knocking cinched with my pulse. Mason dragged Luke toward the archway. "We dig," he shouted. "We'll make a way out." But when I looked, the opening wasn't stone anymore. It was a tunnel filled with black water, rippling backward, like something sucking air in reverse. Luke suddenly stopped fighting. His head tilted in that same strange angle we'd seen on the shapes outside. "They're not calling us," he said softly. "They're showing us." Then he stepped into the water. I lunged, caught his sleeve. For a second, I felt him, warm, solid. Then the water surged upward and he was gone. Not pulled under. Gone. The ripples flattened instantly. Mason shouted his name until his voice broke. I stood frozen, unable to move or think. Then something touched my ankle, light, like a fingertip brushing skin. I jerked away. The water rippled outward, forming circles that glowed faintly red before fading. Mason turned to me. His eyes looked wrong, pupils too small, irises pale like the deer we'd heard about. "It's letting us go," he said. I didn't ask what he meant. We ran. When we reached the outside again, it wasn't the same forest. The air was gray, thick with fog. The trees leaned inward, their branches bare though it was spring. The creek behind us was gone. Only dry stones remained. I checked my phone again. The date had changed, 3 days ahead. Battery still full. Time frozen at 7:46 a.m., we walked without speaking. Every few hundred feet, we'd find another post. Mile 3, Mile 4, Mile 5, each one newer than the last, as if freshly planted. When we finally broke through the tree line, the road was waiting. The same gravel access road we'd come in on. My truck sat where we'd left it, dusted with pine needles. Mason didn't say a word. He just climbed into the passenger seat, stared out the window. His hand still shook. That same frost, white creeping farther up his fingers. We drove the whole way back to Redfield in silence. I remember the relief that hit me when we saw cell service return, bars flickering to life. I called Luke's number. Straight to voicemail. Mason didn't stop me, didn't look up. At the gas station on the edge of town, he got out, said he needed air. I watched him stand by the pump, staring at his reflection in the window of the convenience store. He lifted his hand and touched the glass, then dropped it, expression blank. When he got back in, he said, "If anyone asks, we never went to Dry Creek." I nodded. That was the last thing he said to me. 2 days later, I tried calling him. No answer. I drove to his apartment in Knoxville. His truck was there. His door was locked. The landlord let me in. Everything looked normal, except for one thing. On the kitchen table sat that folded, hand-drawn map he'd taken from the shack. The ink was darker now, wet, and across the middle, in neat handwriting that hadn't been there before, were 3 new words: Mile 6. Home. I left it there and walked out. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that knock again. Sometimes faint, sometimes so close it felt like it came from inside the wall behind my bed. 3 beats. Always 3. Knock, knock, knock. The next morning, I checked my truck. Mud still caked on the tires. Red thread tangled in the bumper like dried vines. I pulled it off, threw it away. But a single piece stuck to my wrist. It wouldn't come off. It's been over a year now. I moved back to the city, stopped camping. But the humming hasn't stopped. Sometimes I hear it through the floorboards at night, a faint vibration that matches my heartbeat. Last week, I got a package with no return address. Inside was a small wooden post, maybe a foot tall. Carved into it, the same pattern of crosses and circles. At the bottom, burned into the wood, were 2 words: Mile 7. I keep it in the closet now, wrapped in a towel. But sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear it knocking. And the sound doesn't come from inside the wood. It comes from the other side. My name is Caleb Danner. I serve as a seasonal ranger with Yellowstone National Park, stationed out of the Grant Village district. I've been in this line of work long enough to stop calling myself new, but not so long that the strange parts of this park don't still make my skin crawl. Yellowstone has a way of reminding you how small you are. The place feels alive, and not just in the way of geysers breathing steam or elk boogling through mist. I mean, it listens. It watches. I started the summer of 2024, like any other daily patrols, trail checks, radio calls, tourists asking if they could pet bison or walk across hot springs. I lived in a small cabin not far from West Thumb, The lake there looked like glass when the wind died. And when you stood alone on the shore, you could hear what sounded like distant voices traveling over the water. Rangers told stories about that. Wind tricks, they said. But sometimes, the words felt too clear to be tricks. The first incident came in late June. Dispatch called me around 17:40 about a missing hiker. Name: Daniel Hurst, age 32, visiting from Oregon. Last seen near the Shoshone Lake trailhead, solo day hike, expected back by noon. His rental car was still parked by the trailhead. I'd handled missing hikers before. Usually, it's a sprained ankle or someone misreading the map. But something in the tone of the dispatcher's voice put me on edge. When I reached the trailhead, the sun hung low, burning through smoke from a far-off wildfire. The light turned the trees bronze. A volunteer ranger, Anne, waited beside the car. She was pale, arms crossed tight. She told me she'd walked half a mile in and found footprints. Then they stopped. Just stopped, like Daniel had vanished mid-step. I loaded my pack and started down the trail with Anne. We followed the prints until the ground grew soft with pine needles. Sure enough, they ended abruptly, toes pointing forward. No sign of doubling back. The forest was dead quiet. Even the flies avoided that stretch. We marked the coordinates, radioed the search base, and decided to push another half-mile west. That's when I began noticing odd things. Trees on the right side of the trail leaned inward, as if reaching toward something. And the air, it had a hum to it, like the faint throb of electricity, the kind you feel under power lines. My radio crackled even though no one was speaking. Anne whispered, "Do you hear that?" At first, I thought she meant the static. Then I heard it too, footsteps ahead. Slow, deliberate, maybe 50 yards up. We called out. No response. We both moved forward cautiously. But when we reached the bend, there was no one there. Instead, there was something hanging from a branch. A red bandana knotted around a twig. Fresh. I pulled it down. The fabric was damp, smelling faintly metallic, like blood and iron mixed with lake water. We logged it as potential evidence. The rest of that evening blurred into a mix of flashlight beams and static. The search crew arrived around 8. We swept the area until midnight with dogs and thermal cameras. Nothing. No heat signatures. No movement. The dogs whined constantly, pulling toward the lake, then refusing to go near the waterline. When we finally regrouped at the vehicles, the command lead told me to head home and rest. But as I drove back toward Grant Village, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was pacing my truck, just outside the beams of my headlights. Every few seconds, the darkness shifted like the outline of something moving between trees. I got back around 100 a.m. and sat on my porch with a flashlight and a mug of burnt coffee, staring toward the tree line. I must have drifted off because at some point, I woke to the sound of my radio hissing. It was on the table beside me, speaker buzzing softly. Through the static came a voice, faint, drawn out like someone underwater. "Help. South Shore." Then silence. The channel display flickered between numbers. I grabbed the receiver and called it in, but the signal died before anyone answered. I checked the time. 3:12 a.m. The next morning, the official search expanded. Helicopters, more K9 units, SAR volunteers. I was assigned to boat patrol on Shoshone Lake, a vast, cold expanse surrounded by wilderness, so remote you can hike 2 days without crossing another soul. The lake was mirror still. We moved slowly, scanning the shoreline for gear or clothing. At 10:45, I spotted something glinting near a cluster of fallen logs. We motored closer. It was a phone, half submerged, its screen cracked. The lock screen showed Daniel's face, smiling, hiking pole in hand. The weird part: the photo wasn't one from his camera roll. It was taken from behind, like someone had been following him. We bagged it and sent it to evidence. Later, Tex said the last GPS ping came from a point just west of the lake. Coordinates that didn't match any map trail. When they tried to access the phone, the battery read full but wouldn't power on. By nightfall, the weather turned. Clouds built over the ridges, and lightning flickered far off. The smell of ozone clung to the air. I volunteered for a late sweep with Anne. We took the west shore again, this time marking our route with reflective tape. Halfway through, I felt a vibration, not in the ground, but in my chest, like the low beat of a drum. My flashlight beam shook. Anne stopped too. We both heard it then, a distant rhythm echoing across the lake. Not thunder, not mechanical. It sounded like someone slapping the surface of the water, slow and deliberate. Could be an animal, Anne said, though her voice trembled. We scanned the water. The beam caught something pale just under the surface, maybe 5 feet from shore. It looked like a hand. I rushed forward, but the shape drifted back, vanishing with the ripples. The air grew cold so fast my breath came out in plumes. We called for backup. When the others arrived 20 minutes later, the lake was still again. But all along the bank, new footprints had appeared. Bare feet. Each print spaced perfectly apart, like someone walking calmly out of the water. They stopped right where we'd been standing. That night, I filed my report, trying to stick to facts. Missing person, recovered item, unverified auditory and visual phenomena. But I left out the part about what happened after. Because when I returned to my cabin, the porch light was already on, and someone had set Daniel's red bandana on the step. I picked it up. It was dry now. Clean. Tied in the same tight knot. I slept with my boots on that night, radio beside the bed. Around 4:00 a.m., I woke again to that faint static. Only this time, there was no voice. Just breathing, slow, steady, like someone standing right outside the window. I stayed still for nearly 10 minutes before finally getting up the nerve to pull back the curtain. The forest was dark. My reflection stared back, and behind it, barely visible in the glass, was another shape. Taller, unmoving. When I spun around, there was nothing there. Morning light crept over the lake, and for a few hours, it almost felt like a dream. The search team planned to focus west again. I requested to go alone. Officially, I said I wanted to retrace steps, maybe catch details others missed. Truthfully, I needed to see that spot again. The place where the prints began. By late afternoon, clouds rolled in. I reached the same clearing where Daniel's tracks ended. I knelt, brushing my glove across the ground. The soil was damp, the air still humming. I followed the faint depression leading toward a thicket, and then I saw it a new set of footprints, smaller, lighter, leading parallel to his. They weren't there before. I radioed in coordinates, started following the path. The forest thickened, branches weaving overhead. The smell of sulfur drifted through the air. Geyser fields not far off. I heard that same distant slap of water again, rhythmic, pulling me forward, until I reached a clearing I'd never seen on any map. In the center was a small pool, circular, clear as glass. Steam rose from its surface, and floating on the water was a ranger badge. My badge. I still had mine pinned to my vest. The radio hissed again. A whisper slid through. "Caleb." The voice sounded like mine. I backed away slowly, eyes locked on that pool. And for the first time since joining the service, I felt like I was standing somewhere the park didn't want me. That was 3 days ago. Daniel's still missing. The official report says, presumed lost. But I've stopped calling it a disappearance, because every night since then, around 3 a.m., my radio clicks on by itself, and I hear footsteps outside. And last night, whoever it is started knocking. The knock came again, softer this time. 3 slow raps, like someone testing if I was awake. I didn't move. I just sat there in the dark, gripping the flashlight I hadn't turned on yet. The air inside the cabin was so still I could hear the clock ticking across the room. I waited for another knock. Instead, I heard the faint crunch of boots retreating down the steps. I forced myself to count to 30 before standing. The radio on my nightstand hissed again, a steady whisper of static. I thought maybe it was interference from the storm earlier, but the sound rose and fell like breathing. I switched it off, but the sound kept going. That's when I realized it wasn't coming from the radio anymore. It was outside. I stepped onto the porch, light in hand. The forest was nothing but black outlines against the dim blue of pre-dawn. The steps leading down to the dirt were undisturbed. No footprints. No sign of rain. But halfway down the path toward the tree line, something pale caught the beam. A scrap of paper pinned under a stone. I walked to it, crouched. It was one of our missing person flyers, the same ones we'd printed for Daniel Hurst. Only the photo had been replaced. My face stared up from the paper, smiling the same empty tourist smile as Daniel's picture once had. I don't remember dropping it, but the next thing I knew, I was running back into the cabin, locking the door behind me. I stayed up until sunrise, every creak of the cabin floorboards sounding like footsteps just outside. When the sun finally rose, I went straight to the ranger station. I told the others someone was messing with me. Maybe a sick prank, maybe a local squatter. The supervisor, Walt, just looked at me for a long minute, then asked if I was getting enough sleep. "You've been on this case too long," he said. "Take the day. Get some air." But there was something in his tone, like he was trying not to look worried. I drove out anyway. I couldn't sit still. The sky was clear, the kind of bright blue that makes you forget how cold Yellowstone mornings can be. I headed west, back toward Shoshone Lake. The roads were empty, just the wind in my tires and the faint memory of that whispering static in my ears. By the time I reached the lake, the air was thick with the smell of sulfur. I parked near the ranger dock, grabbed my gear, and started on foot. The trail felt wrong, though. Quiet in a way that made you aware of your own heartbeat. The kind of quiet that feels like holding your breath underwater. I kept telling myself I was being paranoid. The mind fills silence with ghosts when you spend too long in it. Still, every time I stopped walking, I heard one more step behind me. Not echo, just one extra. When I reached the west shore, the pool where I'd found the badge was gone. I stood there for a long time, trying to get my bearings, checking the GPS again and again. Same coordinates. But now the clearing was nothing but ferns and damp soil. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw a figure across the water, about 20 yards out. Someone standing waist deep in the lake. My first thought was it had to be another ranger, maybe part of the recovery team. I waved, but the figure didn't move. I raised my binoculars. It wasn't anyone I knew. It wasn't even moving like a person. Just standing there, head tilted, arms hanging loosely by its sides. And then, without any ripple, it sank. Straight down as if the water swallowed it whole. I called it in. Static. Tried again. Nothing. The radio light blinked red, not green, which made no sense. Red means transmit jammed, but there was no interference this deep in the basin. I gave up on the call and circled ashore to the spot I thought I'd seen it. Nothing but stones and waterweed. Still, there were footprints again, fresh, wet, leading from the lake toward the trees. Bare feet. Each step perfect, almost too deliberate. I followed them until they ended in front of a dead lodgepole pine. Carved into the bark was a single word, Stiwai. The letters were long and sharp, like someone had taken their time with a knife. I backed off slowly, checking the tree line. The wind picked up, whispering through the branches, except it didn't sound like wind. It sounded like whispering, words I couldn't make out. When I finally turned to leave, my boot caught something half buried near the roots. A ranger patch, the embroidered kind we sew onto uniforms. Mine again. Same frayed corner. Same scorch mark from the campfire 2 summers ago. I left it where it was. Back at base, the others were still running the search grids. Walt met me at the door. He must have seen the look on my face because he didn't ask questions. He just said, "Sit down." Danner. He poured coffee, slid a photo across the table. A printed still from one of the trail cameras near Shoshone. "Pulled this morning," he said. Timestamp says 2:58 a.m. It showed the tree line by the west shore. In the middle of the frame, caught in the IR flash, was a man walking toward the lake. From the back, it looked exactly like me. Same jacket, same gait. Walt watched me for a reaction. "You out there last night?" he asked. "No," I said. "I was home." He frowned. "You sure?" I just stared at the photo. The reflection on the water beside the figure. It wasn't matching. It looked like whoever it was had stopped walking, but the reflection kept moving, turning to face the camera. That night, Walt insisted I bunk at the main station instead of the cabin. I agreed. I didn't tell him that sleeping somewhere with more walls didn't feel safer. The radio in the corner stayed off, but every few hours, I could swear I heard static in my own ears, faint and rhythmic, like someone breathing just over my shoulder. At 3:00 a.m. again, the lights flickered. The backup generator kicked on, humming low. Then, from outside the door, came that same knock. 3 times. Walt opened the door before I could stop him. Nothing there, but on the ground outside, the same folded flyer. My face, smiling, and scrawled beneath it in shaky handwriting, "You found me." He asked if it was some kind of joke. I didn't answer. Because the truth was, the handwriting looked exactly like mine. We stayed up till morning. By sunrise, Walt radioed the investigation unit and told them to put me on leave until further notice. "You need rest," he said again. But I could tell he didn't believe his own words. He kept glancing toward the door, like he expected another knock. I packed my things quietly. Before leaving, I checked the photo again. The timestamp now reads 03:12, not 02:58. Someone had changed it. I drove east that afternoon, out past the Geyser Basin, toward the Old Faithful compound. The road shimmered with heat. Halfway there, I saw a man standing on the shoulder. I slowed, figured he might be a lost hiker. But when I rolled closer, my stomach turned. He was wearing my uniform, the exact same one. same badge, same radio clipped to his shoulder. And he looked at me with a smile I'd never seen on my own face. Then, in the space between blinks, he was gone. I pulled over, heart pounding, headlights cutting through nothing but empty air. The asphalt shimmered where he'd stood. That night, I checked into a ranger dorm at Old Faithful, trying to convince myself it was stress. I showered, ate half a sandwich, lay down. The bed springs creaked every time I moved. Around midnight, I heard it again. The static, faint at first, then clearer. The radio I'd unplugged was glowing. A voice came through, crisp, calm. My own voice. "Caleb, it's time." I didn't touch it. I didn't move. Then the voice added, almost gently, "You found me once. Now I'll find you." The line went dead. I stayed awake until dawn, staring at the light creeping through the window. When I finally went outside, the air smelled of smoke and rain. I headed for the ranger office. Walt wasn't there. The staff said he'd gone out early to assist on the search. Only, he hadn't signed out any vehicle. His truck was still parked out front. By noon, he hadn't returned. When we radioed his call sign, the only reply was static. Then faint laughter, low and distorted, barely recognizable but still human. That was 12 hours ago. Now the park is quiet again. Search parties stretched thin, radio silent. I'm writing this from the same cabin I swore I wouldn't go back to. The wind outside keeps rising and falling, like someone breathing against the door. I keep thinking about that pool. The way it disappeared like it had never been there. If you ever find a place in Yellowstone that isn't on the map, leave it that way. Don't try to mark it. Don't go looking for what the forest hides. Because sometimes the park doesn't lose people. Sometimes it trades. And I think tonight it's coming to collect. I've stopped checking the clock. Time doesn't hold still here anymore. The ticking on the wall goes quiet for minutes at a stretch, then jumps ahead in clusters, like it's trying to catch up. The air smells like rain but never rains. Somewhere beyond the trees, thunder rumbles without light. I've sealed the door with the desk, just in case. The radio's been off for hours, but it hums anyway. I can feel it in the bones of the cabin. That low vibration again. Like something underneath the floorboards, breathing slow and deep. At first, I told myself I'd wait till dawn and drive south, hand in my badge. Never look back. But there's no dawn here tonight. The darkness outside looks thicker than it should, like it's pressed up against the windows. A few minutes ago, something brushed against the porch railing. Not an animal. I know that sound. Wood on wood, careful weight shifting. Then silence. I keep thinking about Walt. About that photo of me walking toward the lake. Maybe he went looking for the same thing. The same impossible place. The park is full of voids. Little pockets where time folds in on itself. Where maps don't line up with what your eyes see. It's strange how quickly this place turns on you. 1 minute, you're just another ranger making rounds, and the next, the forest starts, whispering your name like it's always known you. The sound comes again. A slow creak on the porch. I switch off my flashlight. Whatever it is, I'd rather hear it than see it first. The knock comes, gentle as a heartbeat. 3 times. Welt. Silence. Then a voice, almost friendly. "Caleb, open up." It's my voice. I back away, keeping my eyes on the door. The handle twitches. Once, twice. Then stops. "You're not me," I say before I even think the words. The voice chuckles. Not an echo, more like someone remembering how to laugh. "No, But you will be. The doorknob rattles again, harder this time. Wood splinters near the latch. The window beside the bed fogs over from the outside, as though someone's standing close and breathing on it. I grab my radio, thumb shaking over the transmit button. Base. This is Danner at cabin 12. I need. Static swallows the rest. Then, through the hiss, my own voice answers. Copy that, Caleb. We're already here. The lights flicker out. For a moment, there's nothing but the dark, and the sound of my own heartbeat hammering in my ears. Then the static starts moving, from the radio, to the floor, to the walls like it's crawling. Every surface hums with it. The cabin isn't quiet anymore, it's alive. And beneath the hum, another sound rises. Water slow and heavy, lapping against wood. I smell lake water and iron, just like the bandana that first night. When I look down, the floorboards shine with moisture. Clear water pushing through the cracks, pooling around my boots. Stop, I whisper, though I don't know who I'm talking to. The air warps, bending the light. The walls stretch. The window shows not forest, but water. Deep, endless blue. And there he is, Daniel Hurst, standing just beyond the glass. Eyes open, mouth moving without sound. Behind him, another figure. Then another. Faces pale and still, floating like they've been waiting. The radio bursts alive again. You found us, it says. Not a question. The door blows open, and cold air floods the cabin. The smell of sulfur hits like a wave. Outside, the forest has changed. Trees bending inward. Lake water spilling through the grass where the path should be. Something calls my name again. Softer this time. Almost pleading. I step outside. I tell myself it's to prove this isn't real. But that's a lie. Some part of me wants to see it. The thing that's been walking in my shape. The night feels endless. The moon's there, but faint, like it's behind glass. The water stretches right up to the porch now. Floating on it, a single ranger hat. Waltz. I wade in before I can think better of it. The water is freezing, but it doesn't move right. It feels thick, syrupy, like air pretending to be water. My reflection beside me doesn't match my steps. It lags, half a second late, then turns its head the wrong way. Come back, the voice says. Where? I ask, but the answer comes from below, bubbling up through the water. Here. A hand grabs my arm. Cold, strong wrong. It looks like mine, but older somehow, the skin puckered and gray. I try to pull free, but the reflection grips tighter, dragging me down. The sound that comes out of my throat doesn't feel human. The world folds in on itself. The forest turns upside down. For a second, I see both. The lake above me, the sky below. Walt's flashlight drifting somewhere far off, bobbing in the dark like a lost star. Then, silence. When I open my eyes again, I'm standing on shore. The cabin's gone. The lake is calm. Morning sunlight cuts through mist golden clean. My uniform's dry. My badge gleams. I look down at my hands. No wrinkles. No water. The radio crackles softly at my hip. Ranger Dan, are you there? A voice asks. We've got a report. Missing hiker. Last seen near Shoshone Trail. Need you to check it out. It sounds like Walt, but not quite. I should refuse. I should tell them I'm done. Instead, I hear myself say, copy that. On my way. The transmission clicks off. I start walking toward the tree line. Birds sing. The air smells like pine and rain. Everything looks normal again. Almost too normal, like a photograph trying to convince you it's real. Halfway down the trail, I notice something tied to a branch. A red bandana knotted tight. I reach for it, The fabric's damp, metallic, familiar. And when I look up, there's someone standing on the trail ahead. A man in a ranger uniform, watching me. He looks exactly like me. He smiles, slow and tired. You shouldn't have followed. I had to, I say. But the voice that comes out isn't mine. It's deeper, warped. The man turns, starts walking into the trees. I follow without thinking. The forest closes around us, light fading with every step. Somewhere behind me, a radio clicks on. A new voice, young, uncertain. This is Ranger Caleb Danner. Beginning search for missing persons near Shoshone Lake. I stop walking. The man ahead doesn't. He keeps moving, fading into the dark. The trees hum again, that same low vibration. I realize it's not the forest. It's the water echoing inside my chest. And just like that, I understand no one ever goes missing here. They just change places. The wind picks up, carrying the faint sound of knocking. 3 times, far off. Then again closer. I turn toward it knowing what I'll see before I do. A cabin, half submerged in the mist, porch light glowing weakly. Someone's inside, writing by lantern light. I can almost see my own hand moving across the page. The knock comes one last time, from the other side of the door. I whisper through the wood, "Don't open it." But the handle turns anyway, and the lake, patient as ever, breathes in. My name is Dr. Adrian Kepler, field ecologist and environmental documentarian. I have worked in some of the most damaged ecosystems on Earth. Aral Sea, Fukushima's coastal marshes, the abandoned mines of Norilsk. But the Chernobyl exclusion zone has always held a certain gravity for me. It is more than a monument to disaster. It is a living laboratory, a place where nature has rewritten its own rules. For years, I'd applied for access to conduct a limited, overnight survey in the Policia forest, one of the densest and least visited regions of the zone. In late September, after 6 months of negotiation, I finally received permission, on the condition that I remained within a fixed radius, documented all findings, and exited by morning. My objective was to record nocturnal animal activity near a former logging road east of Kapachi. Radiation levels there were considered variable, which in official terms meant unpredictable enough to require personal dosimetry, but not lethal for short stays. I'd studied the satellite data, memorized the decay maps, packed 2 gauger counters, thermal cameras, and my field journal. The plan was simple: set up 3 remote cameras, collect soil samples, and spend one night observing. The checkpoint guards barely looked at me when I passed. They've seen enough fools with cameras to stop asking why anyone would go in. The drive to the site took an hour, the road dissolving from cracked asphalt to gravel, then to dirt swallowed by birch roots. My guide, a local named Yuri, stopped the truck near the old timber line. "You walk from here," he said. "Stay on path. Don't drink water, don't touch moss. It remembers everything." He smiled without humor. Then he lit a cigarette, turned the truck around, and left me with my gear, and the hollow sound of the forest swallowing the road behind him. I've camped in isolation before. Weeks in Siberia, months in Patagonia. But Chernobyl has its own kind of silence. It doesn't breathe, it listens. The forest floor was thick with fallen needles, and the trees had grown in strange directions, some spiraling as if twisted by a slow hand. There was no birdsong, only the ticking of my Geiger counter and the faint hiss of wind dragging through the upper canopy. By late afternoon, I reached a clearing large enough for a single-person tent, I logged the coordinates 51.32 degrees and 30.092 E. Radiation reads 0.42 microsieverts per hour, higher than baseline, but acceptable. I set up the cameras in a triangle pattern around the clearing, each facing outward. The forest here was dense enough that even at midday the light seemed filtered, like being underwater. When night began to fall, the world went blue. I recorded my observations in the journal. 17:03 hours, temperature 8 degrees C, wind NE 3 knots. Audible insect activity minimal. No visible animal tracks within 15 meters. Will begin sound recordings at 1900 hours. It felt professional to keep the routine, though something about the air unsettled me. It carried the metallic tang I'd smelled in decommissioned reactors, a ghost of ozone and rust. I boiled water from a sealed bottle, made tea, and listened to static through my headset. The thermal monitor blinked intermittently. At 2010 hours, movement registered on the east camera. Just a heat bloom at first. Small, low to the ground. I switched to live view. Through the night vision filter, a shape crossed between two birches. It looked like a fox, though its gait was wrong. The body elongated, tail short, and when it paused, its head tilted nearly 90 degrees, as if listening for something underground. I logged the sighting and took a still capture. No sign of distress, but the posture lingered in my mind. Around 21:30, I heard the first sound, soft, rhythmic, almost mechanical. It came from deeper in the forest, a pattern like wood tapping wood. I muted the counter, thinking perhaps it was one of the cameras adjusting. But the sound continued, steady, deliberate, as if someone were knocking in slow intervals. I walked a few meters from the tent, scanning the trees. Nothing. The tapping stopped when I moved, then resumed when I stood still. Field notes, 2147 hours. Possible branch displacement due to wind. Investigate at dawn. No visible fauna. Radiation spike 0.89 microsieverts. Era is temporary. I told myself it was normal. The forest here isn't like others. Radiation affects everything from growth to acoustics. Even echoes feel warped, as though distance bends differently. I returned to my tent, zipped it shut, and listened to the recorder replay. The tapping wasn't random. It had rhythm. 3 knocks, pause, 2, pause, then 1. Repeated. I marked it down and turned off the device. By midnight, a low fog began to slide between the trees, glowing faintly under the camera's infrared beams. The counters clicked softly. A lullaby of radiation. I watched the live feeds on my monitor until fatigue won. Sometime later, maybe 1 or 2 in the morning, I woke to a different sound. Not tapping this time. Breathing. Shallow, rasping. Close enough that condensation brushed the outer tent fabric. I froze, pulse loud in my ears. The Geiger counter's soft clicking had risen to a fast staccato. I reached slowly for my flashlight, but stopped when I saw the shadow. It stretched across the tent wall, too long, the proportions off, a spine arched high, limbs thin as saplings. The head was wrong, narrow, elongated, like a deer's skull drawn upward. The shadow didn't move for what felt like a full minute. Just the sound of that breathing, slow and uneven, as though it were sniffing. I realized then that it wasn't fog seeping under the tent flap. It was the thing's exhale, visible from the cold. I didn't scream or move. Training helps with that. I kept my hand on the flashlight, waited for the shape to withdraw. It did, eventually, dissolving into the tree line without a sound. The Geiger counter dropped back to baseline almost immediately. I made no note then. My hands were shaking too much to write. When dawn came, the forest looked almost peaceful again. The fog had burned off. and the birches glowed pale gold in early light. I reviewed the camera footage expecting an animal, maybe a deer warped by radiation, an illusion of scale. But the east camera feed cut out precisely at 0147. The final frame showed a blurred figure mid-stride, its limbs indistinct, body temperature abnormally high, like a furnace in motion. I packed my gear in silence. Every movement felt rehearsed, distant. Before leaving, I checked the spot where the shadow had stood. The ground was disturbed, not paw prints, but impressions like narrow handprints, pressed deep into the soil, arranged in pairs, as though something had walked upright on all fours. I took one photograph, sealed the lens in a radiation-safe pouch, and began the hike back toward the extraction point. The counter clicked slower with every step away from the clearing. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest hadn't released me entirely, that something behind those trees had simply turned to watch me go. End of field entry, other 9:40 hours. When I returned to the checkpoint that morning, the guard barely looked up from his clipboard. My clothes reeked of metallic air and camp smoke. My boots were dusted with gray soil that sparkled faintly in the sunlight. He waved the dosimeter wand over me, frowned at the reading, and muttered, "You pick up something." Then he reset the device and told me to leave the gear for decontamination. I handed over the cameras and my radiation meter, but kept the field journal tucked inside my jacket. It felt too personal to surrender. On the drive back to the small research outpost in Ivankiv, I tried to convince myself that what I'd seen had a rational explanation. Optical distortion, adrenaline, fatigue. I'd been in the zone less than 24 hours, but something in that forest had clung to me like a tone still ringing after the music stops. Yuri was waiting at the gate when I arrived. He looked at me as if he'd already read the outcome in my face. "You see animals?" he asked. "I recorded some movement," I said. He squinted at me through the cigarette smoke. "You hear them breathe." I didn't answer. The next 2 days were spent in the lab, reviewing footage. The east camera, the one that had gone dark, was declared corrupted by radiation interference. But when I scrubbed through the other two, I found something strange. In the background of the northern feed, between 0142 and 0147, the same window when the east feed failed, a faint distortion drifted through the tree line. It wasn't solid, more like heat mirage, except it pulsed, expanding and contracting as though it had a rhythm of its own. When I boosted the contrast, I saw what looked like a pattern within the blur. Segmented lines, almost vertebral, and a set of points that glowed white, hot like eyes catching moonlight. I paused the video. The forest around it was perfectly still. No wind, no shaking leaves. The anomaly wasn't moving with the environment. It was moving through it. I wrote in the journal 02 October. Visual distortion at northern perimeter. Possible lens anomaly or particulate heat interference. Unlikely biological. Emotional response elevated. Unprofessional. That last word made me stop. I didn't like how defensive it sounded. On the third day, I requested to return to the same sector for additional documentation. The director of the research program refused. "You already have your samples," he said. "Anything beyond that is outside protocol." When I insisted, he told me, "Whatever's living out there, it's adapting to radiation. We're not here to disturb it." I waited until nightfall, packed a lighter load, one camera, one dosimeter, a pistol I wasn't technically cleared to carry, and slipped out. The zone at night feels endless. The air itself seems denser, heavier with invisible history. Every kilometer swallowed more sound, until all that remained was the crunch of my boots. I followed my GPS marker toward the clearing. It took longer this time. The trees seemed to have shifted, roots spreading where there'd been path before. The moon hung low and red behind a veil of smoke drifting from somewhere far east. I reached the coordinates just after midnight. The clearing looked different, smaller somehow, edges pulled inward, as if the forest had crept closer. The ground still bore faint impressions where the hand, like prints, had been, but now they were multiplied. Dozens, maybe hundreds, overlapping and fading into one another, pressed into the soil like a map of motion. My gauger counter clicked steadily. 0.62 microsieverts. Safe enough to stay, unsafe enough to feel. I set the camera on a tripod, facing the densest part of the woods. The red indicator blinked in the dark, a tiny artificial heartbeat. Then I switched off my headlamp and waited. Silence in the zone is not absence of sound. It's the presence of stillness. It feels engineered. Even the insects hold their breath. Around 120 hours, the first noise came, a rustle low to the ground, followed by a series of quick snaps, like twigs breaking under careful weight. Through the night vision lens, I caught movement. 3 shapes emerging between the trees. They were roughly wolf-sized but wrong in outline. The limbs were too long, the torsos narrow and concave, the heads small and featureless in the green light. Their movement was smooth, too synchronized for animals acting on instinct. They advanced, paused, advanced again. My Geiger counter surged 1.4, 2.0, 3.1 microsieverts. I whispered without thinking, "Stay there." The figures stopped. For a moment, I thought I'd imagined it. Then one of them shifted its head, tilting sideways the same unnatural way as the fox from the first night. It took a step forward. The others followed. I drew the pistol, flicked on the flashlight, and the beam hit empty space. The clearing was bare. The camera still blinked red. I turned a full circle. Saw nothing but fog thickening at the perimeter. My breath came quick and shallow. That's when the clicking changed. Not from the Geiger counter, from everywhere. A chorus of faint ticks, irregular, alive. I turned the light toward the trees. They were moving, not swaying from wind, actually shifting, bark trembling, roots retracting and extending like muscle beneath skin. The light caught a figure crouched at the base of a birch, smaller than the others. Its skin reflected dully, the color of wet clay. It had no fur, no eyes that I could see. But when the beam hit it full, it flinched backward and vanished into the fog, with a shriek that sounded almost human. The air grew hotter then, unnaturally so. The dosimeter screamed past 5 microsieverts. My skin prickled. I grabbed the camera and ran. The path seemed different again, bending in ways that defied the compass. Every few meters, I heard that tapping sound, closer, repeating the same rhythm as before. 3, 2, 1. By the time I reached the old logging road, dawn was a smear of pale orange on the horizon. I didn't stop until I saw the checkpoint's rusted watchtower through the trees. My lungs burned. My hands shook so hard I nearly dropped the equipment. Yuri was waiting again. He didn't speak when he saw me, just exhaled smoke and looked at the forest behind me. "You went back," he said finally. "Yes." "Then it knows you now." He turned away before I could ask what he meant. Back at the lab, I reviewed the footage. The first 2 minutes were clear, empty forest, faint fog. Then the static began. At timestamp 01 and 24:17, for exactly 11 seconds, The distortion appeared again. But this time, when I froze the frame and enhanced it, I saw something that made my stomach drop. It wasn't just shapes in motion. It was reflection. My own silhouette in the center of the clearing, and behind me, faint but visible, a tall figure leaning forward, its outline fused with mine. The gauger counter on my belt was visible too, needle frozen at 4.7. I stared at that image for a long time before shutting the monitor off. There are moments in fieldwork when data stops being data and becomes confession. I wrote one last note in the journal. Zo 4th October. Anomalous activity confirmed. Radiation interacts with organic mass unpredictably. Environmental boundaries uncertain. Personal note. I am beginning to feel watched even outside the zone. That was 2 nights ago. Since then, every device I've brought near the journal has glitched. Batteries draining, screens flickering. The pages themselves feel faintly warm, as if the paper remembers what I saw. Tomorrow, I'm scheduled to present preliminary findings to the board. But tonight, as I sit in this motel room outside of Ankiv, I swear I can hear it again. That soft, deliberate tapping, somewhere in the walls. I didn't sleep that night in the motel. The tapping came and went, sometimes faint, sometimes sharp enough that the glass in the window trembled. Every time I got up to check, it stopped. I told myself it was pipes, the old Soviet plumbing hissing air. I almost believed that until I noticed the rhythm again. 3 knocks. 2, 1. By dawn, I'd packed everything. The board presentation was at 9. I rehearsed what I'd say in the mirror. Environmental anomalies observed. Radiation-induced behavioral deviations possible. Recommend restricted entry. It sounded like every report I'd ever given, but my voice shook on the word, possible. The conference room was sterile. White walls, humming fluorescents. 3 scientists from the Ukrainian Academy, 2 from the Ministry of Ecology, and my project supervisor, a man named Dr. Horvath, whose expression never changed. They examined my footage in silence. When the 11-second distortion appeared, Horvath leaned forward, pausing the frame. "What is this?" he asked. "Thermal anomaly," I said. "Possibly residual heat signature from radiation pockets or lens interference." "Possibly," he repeated. "And the shape?" "Pareidolia," I said too quickly. "Visual misinterpretation." They moved on. No one mentioned the silhouette that leaned behind mine. But when the meeting ended, Horvath lingered. "You've been in the zone twice without clearance," he said quietly. "You understand the kind of attention that draws." I needed confirmation. Of what? That something's changing out there. He studied me a long moment. "Everything changes out there. You think you're different because you noticed." I didn't answer. I left the facility with the camera drives sealed in evidence cases, my access revoked. On the walk back to the motel, the air felt colder than it should have. The sky had that dull silver cast that makes the whole world seem paused. I kept catching reflections in windows. A shadow slightly taller than mine, a fraction slower to follow. I told myself I was exhausted. Hallucinations are common after radiation exposure. So are auditory distortions. But when I reached my room, the journal lay open on the bed though. I'd left it locked in the case. The pages had curled slightly at the edges, as if from heat. A faint print, 5 long fingers, pressed into the margin of the last entry. I touched it before I could stop myself. The paper felt warmer than skin. That evening, I met Yuri at a small bar outside town. He'd been avoiding my calls. but he showed up wearing the same coat, the same cigarette hanging from his mouth. When I told him what had happened, he listened without interruption, just tapping ash into an empty glass. "Do you remember what I said? It knows you." "What does that even mean?" I asked. He leaned closer. "The zone isn't dead land. It's watching. Everything left behind there. The trees, the ground, the animals. They've learned to listen. You stayed overnight. It heard you breathe." I wanted to laugh it off, but something in his tone made it impossible. He looked genuinely afraid. "You go back," he said. "It won't let you out again." We parted without shaking hands. On the way back, I noticed my Geiger counter clicking, faintly inside the bag though the batteries were dead. That night, I decided to test something. I set up my portable recorder beside the journal, switched it on, and left it running while I stepped outside to smoke. The town was quiet. Somewhere far away, a train moved through the dark, the sound hollow as a heartbeat. When I returned, the recorder light was still blinking. I rewound and listened. At first, just static, then faint breathing. Not mine. Slow, deliberate, and followed by that same tapping rhythm. After several cycles, the sound shifted. Between the knocks, a low voice emerged. Too soft to understand, but unmistakably human. I isolated the audio, amplified it, and played it again. The words were warped, vowels stretched by static, but I caught fragments. "Back, forest, stay." The device shorted out immediately after. At 3 in the morning, a power surge hit the motel. Every light flickered off. The silence that followed was total, like the air had thickened. Then, outside the window, a shape crossed the parking lot. Tall, narrow, slightly luminous under the moon. It moved without sound, just that slow, tilting gait. My breath fogged the glass. When it passed under the streetlight, its surface reflected like wet clay. It stopped directly beneath my window and looked up. No eyes, just the faint outline of where eyes should have been. For a moment, I thought it was smiling. The face stretching too far, the skin pulling as though remembering the shape of a grin. I backed away and turned off the lamp. When I looked again, it was gone. At dawn, I checked the lot. There were marks in the frost, long, narrow impressions like fingered footprints, leading toward the woods behind the town, the direction of the exclusion zone. I left Ivankiv that day, driving west toward Kiev, planning to hand over the remaining materials to the ministry and end my fieldwork permanently. But 2 hours into the drive, the GPS began to flicker. The compass spun. Every road sign seemed unfamiliar. I pulled over to check the map. That's when I noticed the counter again. Faint clicks from the glove box. It shouldn't have been active. I opened it. The needle glowed red, rising past 5 microsieverts. Outside the windshield, mist was forming in the trees ahead. Dense, rolling, the color of old bone. For a moment, I thought I saw movement inside it. Then, from the fog, something stepped onto the road. It was small at first, crawling on all fours. The same sickly gray flesh glinting in the early light. Behind it came another and another, their bodies twitching like film frames out of sync. I reversed instinctively, tires spinning on gravel. The creatures turned their heads in perfect unison. No eyes, no faces, just smooth planes of flesh. And from the radio, still off, came that sound again: knock, 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 pause. Knock, knock, pause. When I floored the accelerator, the road blurred. The mist thinned, then vanished entirely. For a while I thought I'd imagined it. But when I reached the city limits, The Geiger counter still clicked. Slower now, but steady. It's been 3 weeks since then. My equipment has been confiscated. My field license suspended pending psychological review. They said my footage was compromised by environmental interference. The official report concludes that all anomalies were likely a result of acute stress and mild radiation poisoning. Maybe they're right. Maybe I imagined the heat in the soil, the breathing outside the tent, the figures in the mist. But I can't explain what happened yesterday. I woke to find the journal on the bedside table again, though I'd sealed it in lead casing. The pages were blank except for one line, written in a handwriting that isn't mine. It remembers how you breathed. The Geiger counter clicks even now as I write this. The air smells faintly metallic. And somewhere outside, past the city noise, I swear I can hear that same slow rhythm. 3 knocks, 2, 1. Getting closer. My name is Levi Dorn, and I've been hiking alone since I was 19. It started as an act of defiance after my father died. He was a sheriff in rural North Carolina, the kind of man who said, "You're safest when you know who else is out there." I wanted to prove I could move through the woods without needing to know anyone. By the time I was 34, I'd logged every major trail east of the Mississippi. Pisgah National Forest, though, has a way of humbling anyone who thinks they understand solitude. It was early September when I headed out for what was supposed to be a quiet 5-day loop through the Linville Gorge area. I planned to start near Table Rock, cut down towards Spence Ridge, then swing through the lesser, used tracks that linked back toward the park road. The weather was mild, cool mornings, warm afternoons, heavy fog that clung low enough to muffle sound. The first 2 nights were routine. Camp, cook, hang the bear bag, write a line or 2 in my trail journal. There's a peace in that rhythm. But on the 3rd day, when I descended toward a small creek just north of Hawksbill Mountain, I noticed something that didn't sit right. The campsite by the water was empty but fresh. Not just recently used, I mean minutes old. A ring of coals still warm under the ash, and a tent outline in the dirt where the grass hadn't yet lifted back. A single footprint, barefoot, by the stream. I waited a while, thinking maybe the hiker had gone to fill a bottle or relieve themselves. After 10 minutes of stillness, I moved on. The next site I passed, another empty clearing with a ring of stones, had the same feel, as if someone had packed up moments before I arrived. No trash, no stray rope, no trace of smoke. Just that uneasy quiet, thick and watchful. By the time I reached my intended stop, it was late afternoon. I'd covered more ground than I meant to. I set up camp near a ridge overlooking the valley, built a small fire, and cooked instant rice with jerky cut in. Dusk came fast, the kind of gray light that flattens everything. No color, no depth, only outlines. That's when I saw movement down the trail. At first, I thought it was a hiker, maybe lost, maybe looking for a site. The figure paused near the tree line, watching the smoke rise. I called out, "You looking for camp?" But the man didn't answer. He stepped closer, slow and careful. He was tall, mid-50s maybe, wearing a sun-bleached flannel and jeans too heavy for hiking. No pack, no visible gear, just a small notebook in his hand and a pencil tucked behind his ear. His beard was patchy, his hair gray and thin. "Mind if I sit a spell?" he asked. His voice had that drawl you hear in mountain towns, gentle, but carrying weight. I gestured toward the log by the fire. Sure. Long day. He smiled faintly and eased down, rubbing his knees. You could say that. I've been walking these sites, checking M off. That phrase stuck with me. Checking off. He flipped the notebook open. The pages were smudged, lined with neat handwriting. Numbers, names, short notes. Every campsite in Pisgah, he said. I keep track of the ones that came back. I laughed lightly, thinking he was joking. Came back? He licked his thumb. Turned another page. Some get closed, abandoned, washed out, burned. But every so often, they come back. Same clearing, same fire ring. Sometimes even the same things left behind. He wasn't smiling when he said it. He spoke like a man reciting weather patterns. I leaned forward, pretending interest. You work for the park or something? No, not officially. Used to, a long time ago. Fire crew. He tapped the notebook. Started noticing it back then. Campsites that shouldn't exist anymore. Showing up again. The fire cracked between us. I could smell the damp earth and pine smoke. Hear the faint whistle of wind through trees. His eyes never quite met mine. They hovered over the flames, reflecting orange and hollow. How many have you found? I asked. He smiled, but it wasn't pleasant. 73 so far. 74 now, counting this one. I didn't like that. I hadn't told him which site I was at. And there were no markers visible from the trail. The official maps didn't even number these small clearings anymore. He must have read my hesitation. Don't worry, I ain't after you. Just marking patterns. You can't see them on the big maps. But if you count the empty ones, if you count the ones that feel used but aren't, you start noticing something. What kind of something? He didn't answer right away. Instead, he closed the notebook carefully, like it was delicate. Then he said, "The forest forgets in straight lines, but remembers in circles." I didn't know how to respond to that. He stood after a while, nodded once, and started back toward the trail. I called after him, "Where you headed?" But he only lifted a hand without turning. "Keep your fire low," he said. "They find you faster that way." Then he was gone. I didn't sleep much that night. Every small sound, branches cracking, owls calling, wind pushing through leaves, felt close, deliberate. Around midnight, I thought I heard footsteps, soft and steady, circling the perimeter of my camp. But when I unzipped my tent and shone my flashlight, the woods were still. In the morning, I found something on the ground just outside my tent flap. A single sheet of notebook paper, torn and damp from dew. On it were 3 campsite numbers written in pencil. The last one was circled twice. 47. I checked my map. Site 47 wasn't listed anywhere. The rest of that day blurred into unease. I hiked toward the ridge, hoping to cross paths with another backpacker. But I didn't see anyone. Not a soul, not even fresh prints in the mud. Around noon, I reached a fork where an old wooden post leaned against the brush. No markings. I took the right trail out of instinct. About an hour later, I spotted an opening ahead. Fire ring, flat ground. Creek nearby. It matched the pattern of every other unofficial site I'd seen. I dropped my pack and checked my GPS. No recorded coordinates. Just blank space. Still, exhaustion won over paranoia. I set up camp again, ate a protein bar, and decided to rest before pushing on. When I woke, the light had gone strange. Bright gold fading fast, the sun sinking faster than it should. My watch said 6:17 p.m., but the air felt like twilight. Then I noticed the sound pencil scratching. Not close, but not far either. coming from just beyond the tree line. "Hello," I called. The sound stopped. I walked a few steps, heart hammering. Nothing. Just the faint scent of smoke that wasn't mine. Back by the fire, something caught my eye, half buried under a rock. Another torn page. This one had writing covering both sides. Names, dates, short phrases. Some crossed out, some underlined. Near the bottom, Livy Dorn. Checking back soon. I stood there, reading my own name until the letters blurred. I didn't remember telling him who I was. Not out loud. I packed my gear fast, my hands shaking. I don't scare easily, but that night had burned something into my nerves. As I hiked out in near dark, I kept seeing shapes between trees. Gaps in the fog that looked like doorways, shadows that leaned too long after I passed. It took another hour to find the main trail. I followed it north, aiming for the ranger station near Linville Falls. My legs ached. My pack felt heavier than it should. The forest pressed close on both sides, thick and dark. Then I saw him again. Standing on the edge of the trail, his notebook open, pencil poised. The firelight from my headlamp caught his face. Expression calm, almost bored. "You moved fast," he said. "What do you want?" He tilted his head, like he was measuring the question. "Just keeping count." "Of what?" He smiled again. "Who's still missing?" The woods swallowed the rest of his words. He turned and walked downhill into the dark, the sound of his boots fading, replaced by something else. Soft scratching, rhythmic, like graphite on paper. When I reached the station the next morning, a ranger named Callahan was there. Mid-40s, clean-cut, friendly enough. I told him I'd seen someone out there, maybe unstable, maybe dangerous. He listened, then asked where. When I gave him the coordinates, he frowned. "That area's been closed since the floods 3 years ago," he said. "No campsites past mile 12. I insisted, showing him my GPS track. He leaned over, brow furrowed, and said, "That's the old numbering system you're looking at. 47 doesn't exist anymore. We wiped it off the list after that missing group in 2019. He hesitated before adding, "You're sure you didn't imagine him?" I didn't answer. Instead, I asked if he could check for anyone named in that notebook he mentioned, the old campsite records. He said he'd look into it, but his tone told me it was mostly to calm me down. That night, I checked into a small roadside motel. The clerk handed me the key with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "You've got the last room," she said. "You're lucky. Folks been coming back through here all week saying the same thing. Someone's counting campsites again." I didn't ask what she meant, but when I set my pack down and opened the front pocket, a damp, folded page fell onto the bedspread. It wasn't my handwriting. And at the top, in neat, faded pencil, was written, "Far 75, Livy Dorn. Check it." I didn't sleep that night in the motel. Every sound, the hum of the mini fridge, the distant trucks groaning along the highway, sounded like someone slowly turning a page. Around 3 in the morning, I turned the lamp on and spread the sheet out again. It looked older now than it had in the forest. The pencil was faint, the paper wrinkled like it had been dried out from rain and years. At the bottom corner, written sideways in smaller handwriting, was something I hadn't noticed before. "Verify return." That phrase got under my skin. The logical part of me wanted to write it off as coincidence. A prank, maybe, or some elaborate backwoods scavenger thing. People in Pisgah have done stranger. But my name being there, checked. I couldn't dismiss that. By dawn, I packed up and drove to the ranger station again. Callahan wasn't there, but another ranger, a woman named Paula, stood behind the counter drinking from a dented thermos. I told her I'd reported something strange the day before, asked if Callahan had mentioned it. She nodded. "He said you saw a man out by the old trails," she said. "Notebook. No pack." "Yeah," I said. "He said he was counting campsites." She looked at me longer than I expected. "He's been around for a while," she finally said. That stopped me. "You've seen him?" She didn't answer right away. Would get reports now and then. A hiker, an old man, always carrying a notebook. Never the same description twice. Sometimes he's older, sometimes younger, but always that notebook. I asked if anyone had caught him, if they'd confirmed who he was. She shook her head. "We've checked those trails a dozen times. Nobody's ever found him. But people keep turning in papers like this." From under the counter, she pulled a small manila folder and opened it. Inside were half a dozen crumpled, stained sheets. All handwritten. All lists of campsite numbers, some with names next to them. Every one of them circled a number 47. I felt a chill slide through my ribs. And no one's investigated. Paula gave a short laugh, but there wasn't humor in it. "You know how many weird things happen out here. People vanish, maps change, storms take down whole ridges overnight. We file it. That's about all we can do." I asked to keep one of the copies. She hesitated, but let me photograph a page. The handwriting wasn't identical to mine, but it had the same heavy pressure, the same style of looping letters. When I left the station, I told myself I was done. I'd finish the trail another year, maybe join a group instead of going solo. But I didn't head home. Instead, I parked by a diner just outside of Linville and ordered coffee. The waitress poured it without asking, like she'd already heard about me. "Out hiking?" she asked. "Was," I said. She nodded toward the map spread across my table. "You looking for something or running from it?" I didn't answer. By the time the sun rose higher, something had settled in me. Not courage, exactly, but curiosity's stubborn shadow. I drove back up to the trailhead. The air was bright and clean. The forest ordinary again, like it had never meant me harm. I told myself I'd just retrace enough to prove there was nothing strange. A hiker's brain can make ghosts out of shadows. A rational check could fix that. The first few miles went quickly. I recognized my boot prints from before, softened by rain. But then, something shifted. The trail signs were different. The wooden post that had leaned right was now upright, freshly cleaned. There was a new metal tag nailed to it, 47 closed. I froze. That number again. I touched the tag. The metal was cold, not weathered. It couldn't have been there yesterday. Then I noticed something else, a faint pencil marks etched along the wood, almost hidden in the grain. Numbers running down the side, maybe coordinates. The last one looked like initials. LD. That's when I started hearing it again. Faint scratching, like a pencil moving just out of sight. I turned, scanning the woods. "You following me?" I called out. Nothing answered but the wind through leaves. I pushed on faster now, ignoring the knot tightening in my gut. The sound kept pace for a while, then vanished. When I stopped to catch my breath, I realized I'd gone off the main trail entirely. The ground here was soft, untouched by boots. Ahead, between the trees, sunlight caught on something metal. I approached slowly. It was an old sign, half buried and rusted through. Reading, Campsite 47 in faded letters. The area around it was cleared, almost inviting. Fire ring, mossy logs, a perfect patch for a tent. And right there in the center sat a notebook. It was the same kind he'd carried. Brown cover, torn corner, pencil wedged into the spiral. My name was visible before I even opened it. I hesitated, then knelt and flipped through. The pages were all damp, but still legible. Hundreds of campsite entries, each with notes in the margin. Empty, occupied, returned. Some had dates going back decades. But what made my stomach drop was how the handwriting subtly changed every few pages, as if different people had been adding to it over the years, all continuing the same record. When I reached the back, I found my name again. Not once, but 3 times. Levy Dorn, observed. Levy Dorn, checked. Levy Dorn, returned. The third line was written in darker, wetter graphite. I snapped a photo, stuffed the notebook into my pack, and started back toward the trail. My breathing felt wrong, too shallow, like the air had thickened. Half a mile later, I heard boots on the path behind me. Not running, just steady, deliberate. "Callahan," I shouted. "Paula." The steps stopped. I turned, shining my flashlight, though it was still midday. Empty trail. Then something moved to my left. Someone crouched near the base of a tree, watching me. I caught a glimpse of the flannel shirt, the gray hair. "The notebook man. You shouldn't be here again," he said softly. "I could say the same to you." I snapped. "Who are you?" He smiled faintly, and I swear his expression was almost kind. "Just another one they marked. Once you're listed, you come back. You all do." I didn't wait to hear more. I turned and started moving. My GPS flickered between coordinates, jumping 50 yards every few seconds. The map on my phone showed blank grid lines. No trails, no reference points. When I finally broke through a clearing, I realized the sun was gone. Not setting, gone. The light had gone gray and sour. The forest colors leached out. I could still hear the man's voice behind me, calm as before. "You can't count them all. Levy." I ran until I saw asphalt. The ranger station was shuttered when I got there, the parking lot empty. I sat on the steps until my pulse slowed, then called for help using the emergency number posted by the door. It took 2 hours for a deputy to arrive, a young guy who introduced himself as Officer Mathers. When I told him what happened, he stayed quiet for a long time. Then he said, "You said the name Callahan?" "Yeah, Ranger Callahan. I talked to him yesterday." He frowned. "There hasn't been a Ranger Callahan here for 10 years. Died in a rock slide up near Linville Gorge." My stomach dropped. That's not possible. He was right here. Mathers glanced toward the forest like he didn't want to look too long. "You're not the first to say that. Every few years someone comes out talking about the same man. Different names, but always the same story. Someone counting." I handed him the notebook. He flipped through a few pages, expression unreadable, then handed it back. "You should get rid of this." "Why?" "Because if it's got your name in it, you don't want to find out what comes next." He walked me to my car, but didn't follow me out of the lot. When I checked my phone later, the photos I'd taken were gone. Not deleted, just gone. Every image between the forest and the motel had vanished. That night, I stayed at another motel in Marion. Around midnight, I heard someone knock on the door. 3 soft taps. I froze. Another 3 followed. Same rhythm. I looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty. But when I turned back to the bed, The notebook lay open. I hadn't touched it since I'd packed it away. The page showing now was blank except for one line at the top, written in the same faint pencil. Return verified. The lights flickered once, twice, and then steadied. I didn't sleep after that. By dawn, I drove straight toward Asheville and kept going until I hit Raleigh, leaving the notebook on the passenger seat beside me. Every so often, I'd glance at it and think I heard the faint scrape of graphite on paper. When I stopped for gas, I decided to burn it. I took it behind the station, tore out the pages, and lit them one by one. The smoke smelled strange, sweet, like pine sap and something older underneath. By the time I got back to the car, my phone buzzed. One new voicemail. I didn't recognize the number, but the message was short. A man's voice, calm and deliberate. You missed a few campsites. Then a pause. Pencil scratching. 70. 6 is waiting. I didn't check the voicemail again. I deleted it, tossed the phone on the passenger seat, and kept driving east until the ridge lines vanished in the mirror. Pisgah disappeared behind me, but the woods never really let go. Even in daylight, every patch of pine along the road felt like a continuation. Branches overlapping, dark enough to hide someone still walking and marking names. By the time I hit Raleigh, exhaustion had scraped me raw. I got a room at a business hotel by the interstate. Carpets that smelled like bleach, humming air conditioner, anonymous enough to feel safe. I set the duffel down, checked every lock twice, and sat there for an hour trying to convince myself it was over. But the mind does strange arithmetic after fear. It starts adding up all the small coincidences you ignored. The warm ashes, the missing images, the map that wouldn't show coordinates. And suddenly you're staring at an equation that doesn't balance. I showered, shaved, watched the mirror fog and clear. My face looked like a stranger's red, rimmed eyes, 3 days of beard, mouth drawn tight. At some point I started laughing quietly. It wasn't funny, but I couldn't stop. When I calmed down, I opened my pack again, just to make sure it was really gone. Inside, wedged into the corner of the side pocket, was a scrap of paper. Charred along the edges, but somehow intact. 47 verified Dorn. The handwriting was darker now, bolder. I didn't remember missing that page when I burned the notebook. Maybe the wind had blown it loose. Maybe I just hadn't wanted to look too closely. I folded it twice and shoved it in the motel trash. 10 minutes later, it was back on the desk by the lamp. That's when I left. I drove for hours without a destination. South through Fayetteville, then west again, looping until the sky bled orange and purple. At a rest stop near Shelby, I parked under a floodlight, reclined the seat, and stared at the ceiling of the car until my vision blurred. That's where the ranger found me. Not Callahan, not Paula, a younger guy. Late 20s, green uniform, name tag reading, S. Merrow. He knocked on the window and motioned for me to roll it down. Sir, everything all right? I nodded automatically. Just tired. He glanced at the gear in the back seat. Been hiking. Pisgah, I said before thinking. His expression tightened. You mind stepping out for a second? I did. He looked me over like he was searching for something specific. Cuts, maybe, or mud. Then he asked, You go out alone? Yeah. I left early. He nodded slowly. We've had reports lately. Solo hikers, mostly. They keep mentioning a man with a notebook. I felt my chest go hollow. You've heard about him too. Merrow studied me a moment longer.
Yeah.
Problem is, nobody agrees what he looks like. You said man with a notebook? Others say woman or a kid. Same description otherwise. Counts things. Says he's keeping track of sites that came back. He scratched something in his notepad, then asked, "You still have it?" The notebook. I burned it. His pen stopped. Then you already know that doesn't work. Before I could respond, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small folded paper. Handed it to me. When I unfolded it, I recognized the handwriting instantly. Tight script, the same looping letters. 77 to signed Levy Dorn. It was dated 2 days from now. Marrow sighed. That list's been circulating for years. Always new numbers. Always new names. We don't know who starts it or how it updates. Some folks think it's a memorial, others think it's something else. He looked back toward the woods lining the highway. Whatever it is, once you're on it, you'll end up where it wants you. I asked him what that meant, but he was already walking back to his truck. Don't go back to the forest, he said before closing the door. Doesn't matter which one. They share roots. He drove off without turning his lights on. That night, I stayed awake watching the tree line across the rest stop parking lot. Every so often, I swore I saw small pinpricks of blink between the trees. Not flashlights, steady, pulsing like the glow of a dying fire. By morning, I made a decision. I couldn't just run forever. If someone, or something, wanted to mark me, I had to know why. So I went back. Not all the way to Pisgah at first. I started by tracing local archives, ranger logs, missing person cases, trail closures. It's incredible what you can find if you ask like you already belong. The older staff knew fragments of the story, an unofficial registry of vanished sites, camps that burned down or flooded out, then quietly reopened without record. People said the forest reclaimed what the maps forgot, but the notebook that had human fingerprints. Names, dates, observations. I started to wonder if it began as a ranger's private record, maybe someone like Callahan, or whoever came before him. Maybe the job itself made them start counting. The more I read, the more I saw the same pattern repeating every decade. Hikers found old sites that shouldn't exist, each time matched to a previous disappearance. A hiker from 79, another from 92, one from 2005. In each case, the missing person's name appeared in a new notebook later found by someone else. When I pulled the earliest entry I could find, it listed a single line, written in heavy graphite, 51, verified, J. Callahan. That name didn't just echo coincidence. It built a circle, the same circle the old man had spoken of. The forest forgets in straight lines, but remembers in circles. I tried to stop after that. Closed the laptop, left the library, drove until the road curved back toward the mountains. By the time I realized where I was heading, the blue ridges were already rising again. Pisgah was calling me back, or maybe I was the one doing the calling. Either way, I couldn't resist the pull. The drive up the mountain was quiet, the kind of silence that hums behind your eardrums. I parked at the same trailhead as before. The wooden post still leaned, but the metal tag was gone. Fog drifted low along the ground. Every breath tasted of wet pine. I started walking. The forest was different now. Not thicker, not darker, just more aware. The sound of my boots seemed to echo off trunks that shouldn't reflect sound. At the first clearing, I saw something that stopped me cold-see. A small wooden cross staked into the soil, a number carved into it, 76. Fresh dirt at the base. I stared at it a long time before continuing. Half a mile deeper, I reached what should have been the old creek site. Only now the ashes were warm again. A man sat by the fire. Same flannel. Same notebook resting on his knee. He looked up when I approached and smiled like we were old friends. "Knew you'd come back," he said. He considered that, then said, "Used to be a hiker, then a counter, then just a name. You put mine in there." He nodded. "Didn't start it, though. None of us did. We only keep the count going. Forest likes balance." "What balance?" He gestured around us. The empty sites, the fire ring, the repeating spaces. For every one that disappears, another returns. For every name that leaves, another comes back to mark it. And if I stop counting, his smile didn't fade. Then it'll choose someone else to hold the pencil. You can't erase it. You can only pass it. He slid the notebook toward me. Its cover was soft with age, the edges blackened from smoke. Inside, the first page was blank except for a single word, Livy. I stood there for a long time. The woods felt utterly still, as if holding its breath. Finally, I said, "What happens if I don't write anything?" He shrugged. "Then your name stays at the end forever. Some folks can live with that. Most can't." The man rose, brushed off his jeans, and stepped back into the trees. "Keep your fire low," he said again. "They find you faster that way." When he vanished into the fog, I looked down. The pencil was already in my hand. I didn't remember picking it up. I don't remember writing the first line either. But when I looked down, it was there. Fen 78, active Levy Dorn. The page shimmered faintly, like the graphite hadn't yet dried. The forest around me shifted. Trees rearranging, branches creaking in long, slow applause. I closed the notebook. The sound of pencil scratching faded, replaced by my own breathing. That's how I've lived since. Still moving, still counting. Still checking the empty clearings that appear where they shouldn't. Each one feels like déjà vu. Each one whispers, "You're back too." Sometimes at night, I hear voices from nearby camps. Louder music, the hiss of propane stoves. I never see faces, just silhouettes. But I always check when they're gone. Always add another mark. They say Pisgah's full of old ranger roads and forgotten trails. That's true. But what they don't say is that every time the forest reclaims one, it needs someone to mark the return. If you're reading this somewhere out there, if you find a clearing that isn't on your map, a ring of stones too clean, ashes still warm, just move on. Don't linger. And if you see a notebook waiting in the dirt, don't open it. Because once you read your name, you'll start counting too. My name is Clara Vex, and for most of my life I've preferred solitude to company. That's not meant to sound poetic, it's just true. I work remotely as a data analyst, and when the numbers stop moving on the screen, I like to pack my gear and disappear into the quiet. Usually, I go north. Allegheny, Monongahela, any patch of land that offers water, trees, and distance from people. Last spring, I tried somewhere new. A stretch along Tug Fork River, where West Virginia brushes against Kentucky. I'd read that the river once ran black from coal dust, but lately it had cleared. Fishermen said the trout were returning, though slowly. It sounded like a place healing from something. That appealed to me. I left my car off a pullout near a faded sign for Hales Crossing, the letters nearly erased by rain and time. From there, I hiked 2 miles, through low sycamore groves until I reached the bend. wide, deep water sliding over pale stone. The banks were quiet except for the occasional flicker of a heron lifting from the shallows. There were no campsites, no footprints, no wrappers caught in roots. Just river and trees and that constant liquid hush. I set up my tent on a small rise overlooking the water. The ground was dry and the air had that cool, metallic smell of early evening. I boiled noodles on my camp stove, watched the surface dim from bronze to slate, and thought about how peaceful it felt. The world shrank to the sound of insects and the slow churn of current. Then came the smell. It didn't belong. I noticed it first when I went down to rinse my pot in the shallows. A sharp, chemical sting, like bleach or industrial cleaner, hung above the surface. The kind of smell that makes your eyes smart. I lifted the pot, sniffed the rim, then the water again. It was definitely coming from the river. At first, I thought of runoff, some old mine or illegal dump upstream. But the scent was too clean, too recent. It wasn't the soreness of rot or oil. It was manufactured purity, like something meant to erase. I told myself it would pass. Maybe a farmer washed equipment upriver. I zipped myself into the tent, read for a while by headlamp, and eventually fell asleep to the sound of water moving past. Sometime after midnight, I woke to a faint scraping noise. It came irregularly. Pause. Skis. Like someone brushing something coarse across stone. My first thought was a raccoon nosing through camp. But it was too rhythmic, too deliberate. I unzipped the flap a few inches. The night outside was ink dark. The river only a thin glint under the moon. Then I saw movement downstream. A figure knelt near the edge of the bend, maybe 30 yards away. At first, I thought it was a fisherman cleaning gear. But no. There was no lantern, no bucket, just the steady motion of an arm. The person was scrubbing at the rocks over and over, as if trying to polish the riverbank itself. I froze. The air smelled even stronger now. Bleach, unmistakably. I watched for a long minute. Whoever it was worked methodically, sometimes dipping the brush into the current, sometimes pouring from a dark bottle beside them. They were hunched, wearing something light that caught moonlight. A pale jacket, maybe. I couldn't make out a face. I told myself it could be anything. A local cleaning graffiti, a surveyor doing late work. But who cleans river stones at 1 a.m? I waited until the figure straightened. They turned slightly, as if scanning the opposite bank. The motion was unhurried, almost tired. I ducked down behind my tent wall, holding my breath. My heart thudded in the silence. When I looked again, the figure had vanished. I didn't sleep after that. By dawn, the chemical smell had thinned but not disappeared. I went to the edge where I'd seen the person working. The rocks were pale and smooth, bleached almost white compared to the darker stone upriver. The ground was wet and cold. A faint froth still clung to the shallows. I crouched and ran my hand through the water. No oil sheen, no residue. Just cold, fast current. But something about the way the pebbles glistened made my skin crawl. They looked scrubbed raw. A few yards away, caught between roots, was a scrap of stiff cloth, like part of a rubber glove. I picked it up with a stick, stared at it for a second, then dropped it. I thought about packing up and leaving right then. But I'd driven hours to reach this spot, and pride is a stupid thing. I told myself it was harmless, maybe a cleanup project. The day passed slowly. I walked upriver, explored old logging trails, and tried to shake the unease. Every now and then, the wind carried a trace of that bleach tang. I told myself it was just lingering. Still, I couldn't stop thinking about that figure scrubbing the rocks. What they might have been scrubbing off. By evening, I had almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. The sun went down copper, red, and the forest settled into its nighttime hush. I cooked beans and rice, ate sitting on a boulder by the river. The air had turned colder. Mist began to form where the water bent. When I leaned over to rinse my spoon, I noticed something faint on the rock beside my knee, a dark streak, thin and irregular, like rust or old blood. My chest tightened. I reached into my pack for my flashlight and shone it across the stone. The streaks ran along several rocks, faint but visible, and led toward the bleached area downstream. That was when I decided I would leave in the morning. I cleaned up camp, packed what I could, and left only the tent up. I wanted the first light to guide me out. Around 10, I zipped myself in and tried to sleep. The woods were quiet except for owls and the steady trickle of water. Sometime deep in the night, I woke again. The smell had returned, thick and chemical, strong enough to sting my throat. My eyes watered. I sat up, confused, thinking something might have spilled inside the tent. Then I heard the scraping again. It was closer this time. Sheesh, pause. I held still, every muscle tight. The sound came from near my pack outside, slow, deliberate strokes, like brushing fabric or stone. Then a faint splash, as if someone rinsed a brush. I fumbled for the zipper but stopped halfway. If I unzipped it, I'd be face to face with whoever, or whatever, was out there. The noise went on for another minute, then stopped. The silence afterward felt enormous. Even the crickets had gone still. When I finally forced myself to look, I did it in quick, shaky motions. Unzipped, flashlight out, beam wide, nothing. Just fog curling above the river, my pack against the log, undisturbed. But the smell was so thick it made me gag. I crouched, scanned the ground. No footprints, no movement. Then I saw it. On top of my pack lay a brush, the kind used for scrubbing floors, bristles stiff and white. The handle was worn smooth, and the bristles stained faint pink near the base. I froze, staring at it. My flashlight trembled in my hand. The handle glistened wetly, dripping small flecks onto the dirt. I backed away until my knees hit the tent. My mind felt blank, except for one thought: someone had been here, close enough to touch my gear. The smell was unbearable now, bleach and metal. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat with my back against a tree, knife in hand, eyes fixed on the dark bend of the river, until dawn leaked through the trees. When light finally came, the fog lifted slow. The brush still sat there, drying in the sun. The pale rocks by the water gleamed almost white. And for the first time I noticed something else. Bits of darker sediment trapped in the cracks. Faint reddish stains like old iron. I didn't pack breakfast. I didn't even take the tent down properly. I shoved everything into my pack, leaving the brush where it was, and started up the trail. Half a mile in, I met a man on the path. A local fisherman by the look of his waders and the creel at his hip. He nodded when he saw me, then paused, sniffing the air. "Smells clean today," he said casually. I forced a small smile. "Clean?" "Yeah," he said, adjusting his hat. "Usually this stretch stinks. After the floods last year, smelled like rot for months. But lately," he took another sniff. "Fresh as a hospital. Somebody must have done some serious scrubbing." I felt the hairs rise on my arms. "Scrubbing?" he nodded. "Yeah, down by the bend. Always see the water go cloudy for a bit, then clears up. Whoever's doing it, hey, can't complain." Nice to have a clean river for once. He grinned, then walked on. I stood there for a long time, watching the river glint through the trees. The smell followed the breeze, faint but sharp, like something that could burn the memory clean out of your nose. I started walking faster. Every sound, the drip of water from branches, the slap of my boots in mud, felt too loud. I didn't look back until I reached the pullout where my car waited. Even there, the faint chemical tang clung to my hands, my clothes, the metal of the car door. I could taste it when I swallowed. When I got home that night and unpacked, I found pale smudges on the side of my pack. I scrubbed them off with soap, but a faint scent lingered, bleach and rivered. That was 3 days ago. Since then, I've checked the local news, half expecting to see something. Illegal dumping, body recovered, anything. Nothing. But this morning, when I walked into my kitchen, that same sharp scent hit me again. I followed it to the sink. On the counter beside my dish rack sat a folded white cloth, damp and smelling of bleach. I don't own anything like it. I didn't sleep the night I found that cloth. Not really. I dozed in flashes, the kind of half-sleep where your body rests, but your mind keeps replaying every sound, every smell. The cloth sat sealed in a Ziploc on the counter, but even through the plastic, I swore I could smell the bleach. By morning, I convinced myself it had to be some kind of mix-up. Maybe I'd grabbed a rag from the trunk of my car, without realizing it. Maybe it fell from my camping gear when I unpacked. Still, it didn't explain why it was damp. Around 9, I drove to the sheriff's office in Williamson. The woman at the front desk looked half asleep behind her plexiglass window. I told her I'd been camping near Tug Fork, had smelled a strong chemical odor, and found someone downriver scrubbing rocks in the middle of the night. I said it might be dumping or chemical contamination. She raised an eyebrow. You got pictures? I shook my head. Anyone else with you? No, just me. She sighed, took down my information, and said a deputy would look into it. Her tone said otherwise. When I mentioned the bleach smell, her pen paused for a fraction of a second before continuing. That flicker was the only thing that made me feel less crazy. Outside, I sat in my car for a long time before starting it. The air was heavy with late spring humidity, and everything, the dash, the seatbelt. My skin felt sticky. I thought about leaving it alone, letting it fade like a bad dream. But then the image came back. The figure by the river. Scrubbing, rinsing, scrubbing again. I needed to know what they'd been cleaning. I drove to a local diner on Main Street. A hand-painted sign on the wall, read Best Catfish in Mingo County. The waitress, a woman maybe in her 60s, poured me coffee without asking. Her name tag read May. You from around here? She asked when she saw my hiking boots. Just passing through, I said. Was camping by Tug Fork a few nights back. She looked up. Down by the bend. Yeah. May's expression shifted. Barely, but enough. That stretch is quiet. Folks don't go there much. Any reason? Old stories, she said, shrugging. Couple drownings. One man went missing back in the 90s. Water's deep and turns quick. She poured more coffee. Still smells bad sometimes, don't it? I hesitated. You mean like bleach? Her gaze flicked up. You smelled it too. I nodded slowly. She exhaled. Almost a laugh, but not quite. Honey, that river's been dying and coming back since before I was born. Some say it's the mines. Some say it's something else washing up. Either way, it never stays clean long. I asked if anyone worked around the bend lately. Cleanup crews, surveyors, anything. She shook her head. Not that I know of. You see someone? Yeah, I said, middle of the night, cleaning the rocks. She frowned, as if trying to decide whether to believe me. You sure it wasn't a ranger? No uniform, no vehicle, just alone. May stared past me for a long moment. You be careful poking around out there, she said finally. That river's seen its share of things that don't want remembering. When I left the diner, the clouds were lowering over the hills. The air felt electric, like a storm trying to make up its mind. I drove back toward Tug Fork, stopping at a hardware store along the way. I bought gloves, a small trowel, and a few gallon jugs for collecting water samples. The clerk didn't ask questions. The road to Hales Crossing was just as I'd left it. Quiet, cracked asphalt vanishing into forest. My tent and stove were still in the trunk. Mud still caked to the tires. I parked near the same pullout and followed the path back down. The woods were silent except for wind through the poplars. By the time I reached the river bend, the sky had turned silver, and the water shimmered with that same uneasy stillness. The rocks I'd seen scrubbed white were even paler now, like bones in shallow earth. I knelt near the edge and scooped water into one of the jugs. The smell was faint but still there. Cleaner than river water should ever be. When I stood, something caught my eye upriver, a small piece of blue cloth tangled on a root. I waded closer and freed it. It was part of a shirt sleeve, frayed at the edge, still smelling faintly of detergent. Something about it didn't fit the forest. I followed the bank further upstream, maybe 50 yards, until the trail narrowed around a cluster of willows. There, half hidden by undergrowth, was an old campsite, or what was left of one. A ring of stones, blackened from fire, and the collapsed outline of a tent. I crouched, heart hammering. The fabric was faded orange, collapsed and waterlogged. A boot lay half, buried in silt nearby. Inside the tent, the floor was slick with mud, and a single toothbrush lay near the corner. Not a brush like the one I'd found. This one was for teeth. But the coincidence sent a shiver down my spine all the same. The ground smelled faintly of cleaner. I took photos, phone shaking slightly, and then left everything untouched. Whatever happened here wasn't camping gone wrong. It felt staged, scrubbed. The clouds finally broke as I started back. Rain came hard and cold, drumming the canopy. By the time I reached the car, my clothes were soaked through. I drove straight to a small motel off Route 52. The clerk barely looked up from his phone when I asked for a room. Inside, the heater rattled and smelled faintly of mildew. I showered for nearly an hour, but the scent of bleach still clung to my skin, ghost-like. That night, thunder rolled over the mountains, and I couldn't stop seeing those white stones in my mind, the way they gleamed too clean against the muddy water. The next morning, I drove to the sheriff's office again. A different deputy was at the desk. A tall man with a shaved head and the kind of voice that had long since stopped pretending to care. I told him about the ruined campsite, the bleach smell, the abandoned gear. He listened, arms crossed. Mom, people camp all along that river. Half of them leave junk behind. This wasn't junk, I said. Someone cleaned it. You could smell it. He smirked faintly. Cleaned it, huh? That's new. Most folks leave a mess. When I showed him the photos, something flickered behind his expression. Recognition. Maybe, but it vanished as quickly as it came. He promised they'd send someone out when time allowed. I asked if there had been any recent missing persons near Tug Fork. He hesitated, then said, "Not that I know of." I didn't believe him. On the drive back, I passed a black SUV parked by the turnoff to the river. Two men stood near it, wearing dark jackets with no markings. One of them looked at me as I drove past, long enough for me to catch his face in the rearview mirror. No uniform, no insignia, just a steady, unreadable look. That night at the motel, I locked the door and pushed a chair under the handle. I tried calling the regional DNR office, left a message about possible chemical contamination. No reply. Sometime after midnight, I heard a vehicle outside, engine idling for several minutes. When I peeked through the curtains, the lot was empty. The next morning, I found wet footprints leading up the hallway outside my door. Bare footprints, clean and glistening, ending right at my threshold. I checked out an hour later and drove north, but distance didn't help. The smell followed. Every time I washed my hands, the faint sting of cleaner clung to my fingers. Every shower ended with that same, sterile odor rising with the steam. I told myself it was memory. That smell can stick to the mind as much as fabric. But the next day, a letter arrived at my home address. No return name, just postmarked from Mingo County. Inside was a single sheet of lined paper, folded twice. The handwriting was blocky, deliberate. "Don't come back. The river's clean now." That night, I opened the Ziploc with a damp cloth, just to be sure I hadn't imagined it. The bleach smell hit me like ammonia, stronger than before. I dropped it, sealed it again, shoved it under the sink. For 2 days, I tried to act normal. Grocery run, work, emails, cleaning. But each night, that memory of the bend pressed against my chest like weight. I dreamed of white stones glowing under moonlight, of someone kneeling to scrub them until their hands bled. On the third day, I woke to a noise outside, something brushing against my window screen. Not loud, just a faint scrape. My stomach dropped. I pulled the curtain aside, just in time to see a shadow move across the glass. Slow, deliberate. A moment later, the sound of water dripping, like something being wrung out. I stepped back, heart pounding. When I finally opened the door, the porch was empty. But on the railing hung another cloth, folded neatly, edges frayed. Wet, reeking of bleach. I stared at it for a long time, hands trembling. The morning sun was coming up, turning the world soft and harmless again. But I knew better now. Someone, or something, was determined to keep that river clean. And somehow they'd found me. I didn't call the police this time. What would I even say? That someone left another rag, that it smelled like a crime scene, that it felt like the river itself was following me home. They already thought I was a nuisance. So instead I packed the bare essentials. Camera, gloves, flashlight, spare clothes, and drove back to Tug Fork before sunrise. The roads were empty except for fog curling through the hollows. My hands gripped the wheel tighter than I realized, knuckles pale. I hadn't planned what I would do when I got there. All I knew was that if I didn't face it, it would keep coming back in dreams, or worse. The bend looked different in daylight. The trees had leafed out fully, turning the place green and alive again. The white rocks by the bank were dull now, streaked with faint brown from the last rain. Still, that faint smell lingered. A ghost of bleach, buried in the soil. I found the collapsed orange tent still half, buried under silt. The air was damp, the ground soft. I circled slowly, taking photos. focusing on details: the boot, the ring of stones, the way the soil near the edge seemed uneven, disturbed. Then I noticed something else. A faint rectangle of flattened grass about 10 feet from the tent. At first, I thought it was from another piece of gear. But the shape was too long, too straight, 6 feet, maybe more. A human shape if you had to guess. I crouched, pressing my gloved fingers into the dirt. It was looser here, darker. The kind of soil that had been turned recently. My pulse started to race. I took the trowel from my bag and began to carefully, expecting nothing but mud or stones. A few inches down, the smell hit. Faint, chemical, unmistakable. Bleach, the earth here had been washed. Then something pale surfaced. Not bone, fabric. A piece of plastic tarp, folded over something underneath. I stopped breathing. My stomach flipped hard enough to make me sway. I uncovered just enough to see that the tarp was knotted around an object heavy and irregular, like a bundle. I didn't go further. I couldn't. Whatever was inside, someone had tried hard to erase it. I took a single photo, then reburied it as best I could, covering the disturbed soil with leaves and mud. My hands shook. Back at the car, I called the sheriff's office again. Asked for the deputy I'd spoken to before. The woman who answered said he was off rotation and wouldn't say more. When I asked about the message I'd received, she went quiet. Then she told me not to come back to that area, for my own safety. That was all she'd say. I drove to a rest stop just past Williamson and sat there for almost an hour, watching rain move across the windshield. My phone buzzed twice, unknown number. I didn't answer. Finally, I opened my laptop and started searching local archives. I typed in every combination I could think of. Tug Fork missing person, Hales Crossing disappearance, river cleanup, unidentified remains. After about 20 minutes, something surfaced. A short article from 1990, Locale style mess in G. Clara Webb, 27, disappeared near Tug Fork while camping alone. Her abandoned tent and supplies were found by the river. Despite extensive searches, no trace was ever recovered. The photo was old, scanned from a newspaper. She had dark hair, pale eyes. Clara, same first name as mine. That coincidence sat in my chest like a rock. I scrolled further and found another piece, 5 years later. About 2 hikers who vanished along the same stretch. Each case mentioned inconclusive findings and possible flood involvement. No remains ever located. But what caught me was a comment under the digitized article, posted by someone using the handle Vex1980. My last name. They always clean up after. I stared at it for a long time. I'd never been to this area before last week. As far as I knew, I had no relatives here. I clicked the username. Account deleted. The motel that night was worse than before. Every creak of the pipes made me flinch. I kept expecting to hear that rhythmic brush sound again. Outside the window. But what came instead was quieter, a single knock at my door, just once, around 2 a.m. I didn't answer. In the morning, I packed and drove straight to Charleston. I dropped the memory card from my camera into an envelope and mailed it anonymously to a regional paper's tip line. I didn't sign my name. On the way out of town, I stopped at a gas station. The attendant, an older man with a ball cap, looked at my car and said, "You been down Tug Fork way?" I hesitated. "Yeah, why?" He smirked. "You smell like bleach." I looked down at my clothes, my hands. He was right. Even after 3 showers, the scent was still there. By the time I got home that night, I'd made up my mind. I'd file one last report online, EPA Environmental Division. If they didn't follow up, fine. I'd done what I could. I just wanted it out of my life. But when I opened my laptop, an email waited in my inbox. No subject line, just an attachment titled Riverbend. JPG. The sender's address was a jumble of numbers. I hesitated before opening it. The photo showed the bend. My bend. Taken from the opposite bank. My tent visible, my figure crouched near the water. I recognized my own backpack, my posture. It wasn't one of my pictures. The timestamp said it was taken the night I first camped there, once in 14 a.m. My stomach turned cold. I clicked back to my inbox. A second message had already appeared. No text, just another attachment clean. JPG. This one showed the same view in daylight. The tent gone. The rocks bright white. And at the bottom corner, half cropped, the brush. That was the last thing I remember before I slammed the laptop shut. For the next 2 days, I didn't open email, didn't check my phone. I couldn't stand the thought of another image waiting there. Another silent reminder that someone had been watching. On the third morning, there was a knock on my door. Not tentative, authoritative. A man stood outside, mid-40s, short hair, dark windbreaker. His badge said Environmental Protection Agency, but the name under it was too blurred to read. Vex, he asked. Yes. He nodded once. You reported chemical activity along Tug Fork. I stepped aside. He didn't move to enter, just stood framed by the light. His eyes were pale, colorless almost. We appreciate your concern, he said. You don't need to involve yourself further. I found something buried there, I said. You need to send. We're aware, he cut in smoothly. It's being handled. Handled how? He looked past me, toward the kitchen. For a second, I thought I saw him inhale. The faintest flare of his nostrils, like he was catching a scent. Everything's clean now, he said. Before I could respond, he turned and walked to a dark sedan parked at the curb. I stood in the doorway until he was gone. That night, I opened the envelope with the damp cloth again. It was dry now, brittle at the edges, but the smell hadn't faded. If anything, it had deepened. Acrid, suffocating. I don't know why I kept it. Maybe proof that it all happened. That it wasn't just in my head. But when I turned it over, I saw something new pressed faintly into the fabric. Letters, barely visible, as if bleached into it rather than written. DBCK. I dropped it in the sink and ran the tap, scrubbing it with soap, but the letters wouldn't fade. The next morning, the news ran a short segment. Unidentified remains found near Tug Fork River Bend. Authorities believed it was an old burial site disturbed by erosion. No foul play suspected. I watched the clip twice. The camera panned over the very spot I'd dug. Men in masks and gloves worked carefully, lifting what looked like fragments of tarp. Behind them, on a flat rock, I caught a glimpse of something else. A brush, the same kind, resting neatly beside a bottle. The anchor's voice droned on about environmental hazards and community safety, but I barely heard her. My chest felt hollow, like air had been sucked out. That night I dreamed of the river again. This time I wasn't alone. A figure knelt at the edge, scrubbing the stones clean while the water ran dark. When they turned, the face was mine. I woke before dawn. The smell was there again, heavy and sharp, as if someone had poured cleaner right under my nose. I followed it to the bathroom. The sink gleamed, spotless, though I hadn't touched it since the night before. On the counter sat the brush. My brush. Dripping, I stared at it. heart thudding so hard I could hear blood in my ears. My reflection looked pale and foreign in the mirror. The air burned with that sterilized scent, the smell of erasure. Somewhere outside, a car door closed softly. I don't know who they are. The ones who clean, who erase. Maybe it started as environmental cleanup, maybe something darker. Maybe the river hides more than silt. But I understand now why the rocks have to stay white, why the water must run clear. Because the moment the stains return, the moment anyone remembers, someone always comes back to scrub. And if they can't clean the river, they clean the witness. My name is Wyatt Redden. I'm 34 years old, and I've spent most of my weekends in the Shenandoah backcountry. I go where there are no crowds, where the map gets thin and the cell signal fades to nothing. I've always said I hike to get away from people, but that isn't quite true. What I really want is to hear things clearly. Wind in the leaves, the creak over rock, the small, ordinary noises that mean nothing bad is happening. I work maintenance at a small airport in Page County. The kind of job that leaves grease under your nails and a hum in your ears after every shift. The woods help me quiet that hum. Usually. The first time I noticed the sign for Trailhead 29 was in early September, right after Labor Day weekend. Skyline Drive was almost empty. The overlooks abandoned except for the usual retirees with cameras. The air had that dry, metallic feel it gets before fall. I'd hiked nearly every marked trail on that stretch of the park. So when I spotted a brown wooden post, standing in the weeds at a small pull-off, the kind the Park Service uses for minor trailheads, I slowed. The marker looked official. Same carved font, same white letters, TRLH 29. Only thing was, I'd never heard of a Trail 29. Shenandoah's trails are numbered, yes, but not like that. They go by names: Penny Branch, Stony Man, Jeremy's Run, and the few that use numbers top out in the teens. I checked my printed map. No 29. The National Park Service app. Nothing. Still, the path beyond the sign looked clear, like something that had been walked recently. I should have taken that as reason enough to report it and move on. Instead, curiosity pushed harder than sense. I parked the truck and grabbed my small day pack. No big trip planned. Just water, jerky, a flashlight, and my Glock 19, which I carry whenever I go deep. I noted the mile marker, somewhere between mile 56 and 57, and the time 3:04:02 p.m. Enough daylight for a few miles in and back. The trail started normal enough, wending through low hickory and oak. No blazes on the trees, which meant it wasn't maintained, but there were clear footprints in the dirt. Men's boots, small shoes too, maybe a woman's. Recent. After the first half mile, the woods thickened. Fallen branches crisscrossed the path. Spider webs hit my face every few steps. I marked my turns with orange tape just in case, but something about the place made me uneasy. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was like the forest was waiting. About 2 miles in, I found the first odd thing. A crushed soda can and a baby pacifier, half buried in the mud. The pacifier was pink, the rubber chewed. The kind of thing a toddler drops from a car seat. I put it on a flat rock so maybe someone could spot it later. I kept walking. By mile 3, the trail crossed a small creek and began climbing. The air turned cooler, denser. A hawk screamed somewhere far off, and that was the only sound. Then I saw it. A glint of metal through the trees ahead. At first I thought it was a roof. Maybe an old ranger outpost or a hunting shack. But when I stepped closer, The shape resolved into something far stranger, a car. It sat crooked at the edge of a clearing, covered in vines and pollen dust. Early 2000s Toyota Camry, silver paint dulled to gray. The license plate was Virginia, expired in 2018. All 4 tires flat. Windows intact, no visible damage. The forest had almost swallowed it. My first thought was that it had been dumped. Maybe a joyride abandoned off an old service road. But the terrain didn't make sense for that. There was no road. Just this narrow footpath that barely fit me, let alone a sedan. I circled the car slowly. The doors were closed. When I tried the handle, it didn't budge. Locked. Inside, through the dusty glass, I could see a few things clearly. A child's car seat in the back, a stuffed giraffe lying on its side, and a coffee cup in the console. The steering wheel had a thin film of mold. I'd felt the back of my neck tighten. I'd stumbled onto plenty of weird things in the woods before. Hunting camps, rusted machinery, old moonshine stills. But nothing like this. I knelt, wiped a patch of dirt from the front license plate, and wrote the number in my notebook. I also noted GPS coordinates from my handheld Garmin 38562N, 78.40W. When I touched the hood, it was warm. Not hot, not running engine warm. Just faintly heated, like metal that had been sitting in sunlight all day. Except it hadn't. The canopy overhead was dense. No direct light reaching the clearing. I told myself it was residual heat from earlier, maybe stored in the metal. But it was late afternoon. Shade for hours. The sensation bothered me enough that I stepped back, hand hovering over my sidearm. "Hello," I called. "Anyone here?" No answer. I circled again, looking for tracks, but the leaves were thick and dry. One thing did stand out. A set of faint impressions leading away from the driver's side. Small footprints. Maybe a woman's, maybe a teen's. They went a few yards, then vanished into the undergrowth. I took photos. Front, back, plates, interior. Then I started back toward the trailhead. I figured I'd call the ranger station as soon as I had service. That walk back felt longer. Every sound, every squirrel or rustle, jolted me. When I finally reached the truck, the sky was bleeding orange, and my phone showed 1 bar. Enough. I dialed the non-emergency number for the Park Service. Got a dispatcher named Rena. "Trailhead 29, she repeated. "Sir, there isn't a Trailhead 29 in Shenandoah." "I know," I said. "That's the problem. I'm standing right beside the sign." She went quiet a moment, then, "You said you found a vehicle." "Yes. Silver Camry. Plates Virginia HPF 1370. Looks abandoned. Locked up?" Rena asked me to stay put while she patched in a ranger. A few seconds later, a man's voice came on. "Ranger Cliff Merrow, patrol supervisor for that sector. You said the coordinates were 8.562 north. He asked. "Correct. I'm not showing any established trail at that location." "You sure about that marker?" "Positive. It's wood. Routed lettering, same paint as the official ones." "All right," he said after a pause. "I'll send a unit to meet you at the pull off. Can you wait?" I agreed. It took 45 minutes for the ranger to arrive. The forest went dark fast, and I sat in my truck with the dome light off, feeling like I'd seen something I shouldn't have. When headlights finally swung into the turnout, relief hit sharp enough to sting. Ranger Merrow stepped out, mid-40s, solid build, wearing the standard olive uniform. He introduced himself, then aimed a flashlight at the sign. I was glad to see confusion on his face. "Well, I'll be damned," he muttered. "That's not one of ours." He ran his hand over the lettering. Looks machine, cut though. Professional work. You didn't mess with it. No, sir. It was like that when I arrived. He jotted a note. All right. Let's go take a look at that car. We started down the trail together. He radioed his position, said he might lose contact under the canopy. I led with my headlamp, the same orange tape marking our way. When we reached the clearing, he stopped dead. The beam from his light slid over the Camry's frame, catching the reflection of the child's seat inside. You touch anything? He asked. Only the plate. Took pictures, that's all. He nodded, crouched near the driver's door, and peered inside. His face stayed still for a moment, then he stepped back and keyed his radio again, but the static swallowed it. No signal. He muttered. What is it? I asked. Nothing yet. Let's keep this area clear. I'll call for backup when we're back up top. He walked the perimeter once more, then drew a small flashlight from his belt and shone it under the car. No leakage, no drag marks, he said. How the hell did this get here? I shrugged. I was hoping you'd tell me. He looked up, frowning. Mr. Redden, right? Yeah. Appreciate you calling this in. Not everyone would. We hiked back in silence. At the truck, he managed to get a signal and radio dispatch. I heard fragments. Silver Camry. Locked. Coordinates verified. Request tow an investigator. He thanked me again and told me I could go. Well, follow up if we need a statement. As I pulled away, I looked in the rear view mirror. The Ranger's headlights still glowed faintly through the trees, fixed on the trail sign, like he was trying to memorize it. I didn't sleep much that night. My brain kept replaying the image of that car, sealed tight, sitting in a patch of dead leaves miles from any road. The next morning, I called the park office, figuring maybe they'd found something and would close the loop. Rena answered again. Oh, Mr. Redden, she said. Ranger Merrow mentioned you. Listen, that location you gave. We went back out there this morning. The sign's gone. Gun. Pulled out, maybe. No trace. And there's, well, the vehicle's gone too. I thought she meant towed, but she went on before I could ask. There's no sign a tow truck went in. No tire tracks, no winch marks. Ground's undisturbed. I sat there, staring at my kitchen wall. Maybe you've got the wrong clearing. We used your coordinates. Her voice had that tone people use when they're still trying to keep things polite. We'll log it as an unresolved field report, she said. Thank you again for calling. When the call ended, I just sat listening to the refrigerator hum. Later, when I checked the photos I'd taken, the images were fine, clear as day, except for one thing. The shot of the license plate was blurred, as if the metal itself had shimmered. Every other photo was sharp. That evening, I drove back up Skyline, telling myself I just wanted to confirm for my own peace of mind. But when I reached the turnout between mile 56 and 57, there was nothing but weeds and gravel. No post. No cut path. Just the forest. Thick and indifferent. I sat there a long while before heading home. That was 2 weeks ago. Yesterday, I got a voicemail from a number I didn't recognize. Virginia State Police, Special Investigations Unit. They'd like to speak with me about a matter involving an ongoing missing persons case from 2018. I already know which car they mean. The detective who called introduced herself as Sergeant Lila Haynes, Virginia State Police. Her tone was polite, clipped, and gave nothing away. She asked if I could come to their satellite office in Luray the next day to go over a few details about the vehicle. When I asked which vehicle, she said, "The one you reported in Shenandoah." Then, before I could tell her it wasn't officially on record anymore, she added, "We have some information that connects it to a 2018 disappearance. A family of 3. The word family stuck like grit in my teeth. I drove down the next morning, September 15th. The station sat behind a strip mall, window blinds drawn. The kind of place you could pass twice without seeing it. Inside, the air smelled like burnt coffee and printer ink. Sergeant Haynes met me at the front. She was mid-30s, sharp-eyed, wearing a gray blazer instead of uniform blues. Her handshake was firm but distracted, like her brain was still 10 steps ahead. "Mr. Redden," she said. "Thanks for coming in. Shouldn't take long." She led me into a small interview room. Metal table, plastic chairs, a wall vent that clicked every few seconds. She laid a folder in front of her and opened it without sitting. "You said you located a silver Toyota Camry off Skyline Drive," she began. Eyes on the papers. Plate HPF 1370. "Is that correct?" "Yes, Mum." She flipped a page. "That plate belonged to a Cynthia Haggerty, age 31. Reported missing June 14, 2018, along with her husband, Daniel, and their infant daughter, Lily. Last seen leaving their home in Charlottesville. They were headed for a weekend camping trip in Shenandoah. Never returned." She glanced up. "You aware of that case?" I shook my head. "No, but I remember the car seat." Haynes nodded slightly. "We've been looking for that vehicle for over 5 years. Park Service never found it. Until now." I hesitated, but the ranger said, "That it's gone now." "Yeah, we heard. We checked the coordinates ourselves. Nothing there." Her tone didn't accuse me, but it probed. I felt like the only sane witness to something no one wanted to believe. "I can show you the photos," I said. "They're on my phone." She gestured for it. I scrolled to the shots. The trail marker. The car half, covered in vines, the plate, the baby seat. She leaned closer, studying each one. "These look authentic," she murmured. "No obvious edits." Then she froze on the final image, the blurry plate. "What happened here?" "I don't know. Every other photo's fine. That one came out smeared." She tilted the screen, frowning. "Almost looks like motion blur, except the rest of the frame's sharp." She didn't say it, but I did tell. She thought I'd done something wrong. Maybe faked it. Maybe stumbled into a crime scene I wasn't supposed to see. "I didn't touch the car," I said quietly. "Just took notes, called it in. Ranger Merrow saw it too." "Cliff Merrow, you're sure?" "Positive." She shut the folder. "That's strange. Merrow's on medical leave. Has been for over a month." I blinked. "No, ma'am. He was there that night. Showed me his badge. Used his radio." Her eyes narrowed slightly, but she didn't argue. "Well, follow up on that?" she asked. Me to sum a witness statement summarizing my discovery, then told me not to discuss it with anyone until their investigation was complete. As I left, she said, "Mr. Redden, one more thing. You remember exactly where you parked? Between mile 56 and 57. Small gravel pull off on the east side." She scribbled that down. "All right. Stay available. Someone from our field unit might want to walk that trail with you." The drive home was a blur of yellow leaves and questions. How could a car sit hidden for 5 years, then vanish overnight? And who the hell had I hiked with if the real Ranger Marrow hadn't been working? That night I pulled up everything I could find about the Haggerty case. June 2018. Husband, wife, baby girl. Last phone ping near Thornton Gap. Their family had posted pleas for months. I found a photo. Daniel tall and thin. Cynthia smiling in that way people smile when they're tired but trying. The baby on her hip wore a pink sun hat. My stomach turned. One article mentioned something else. Hikers on an unofficial side trail had reported seeing a silver car deep in the woods, but when investigators checked, they found nothing. The exact phrase they used, an unlisted trail marker. I barely slept. The next afternoon, around 5, someone knocked on my door. Not a polite tap. 3 solid hits. When I opened it, 2 men stood outside, plainclothes, state IDs hanging from their necks. The older one spoke first. Mr. Redden. Special Agent Keller, this is Agent Ross. We're with the Virginia State Police, Criminal Investigations Division. Their tone wasn't friendly, but it wasn't hostile either. It had that dry edge of men who've seen too much nonsense. Keller said. Sergeant Haynes briefed us. Mind if we ask a few follow-ups? Sure, I said, stepping aside. They took seats at my kitchen table. Ross clicked a pen. Keller unfolded a printed satellite map. You said this is where you entered the woods. He pointed to a small unmarked gap along Skyline Drive.
Yeah, right there.
He nodded. And this trail marker, describe it again. Wooden post about 3 feet high, white carved letters. Looked identical to official ones. Keller scribbled something, then said, We canvassed that area this morning. No sign of any post or disturbed soil. But we did find tire impressions on the asphalt pull-off. Size and tread match standard Park Service cruisers. So Marrow's vehicle, I said. Possibly. Keller's face didn't change. Problem is, Ranger Marrow's truck has been impounded since August 4th due to engine failure. And he's been recovering from a leg injury in Roanoke. Ross spoke for the first time. He says he hasn't been in the park for over 6 weeks. I stared at them. Then who the hell came out to meet me? Neither answered. Keller leaned back. You mind if we take your phone? Just temporarily. For data extraction. I hesitated, then handed it over. You'll give it back. Within a few days, he said. Standard procedure. They left soon after. That night, the quiet in my house felt heavy. Every creak sounded like someone moving in another room. Around 11, I stepped onto the porch for air. The woods behind my property were still and black, the crickets gone silent. When I turned back toward the house, something caught my eye. A faint reflection on my truck's windshield. I leaned closer. A small smear on the glass, shaped like a child's handprint. I wiped it away, heart-hammering. Probably just residue from some other day, I told myself. Nothing strange about it. But the smell it left behind, faint, sharp, chemical, reminded me of bleach, the same smell I'd noticed near the car. The next morning, my phone buzzed. Unknown number. I answered, expecting Keller. Instead, it was Haynes again. Her voice was tighter than before. Mr. Redden, are you at home? Yes. I need you to stay there. Agents Keller and Ross are on their way back. What's going on? She hesitated. We found something near your coordinates. Click. Line dead. They arrived within 40 minutes. Keller's shirt sleeves were rolled. Ross carried a sealed evidence bag. Inside was a small, dirt-caked object. You recognize this? Keller asked. It took me a moment. Then my stomach dropped. That's the pacifier. The one I found on the trail? He nodded. Same one. We lifted partial DNA from the rubber. Matches the Haggerty child. He paused. The strange part is, it was buried under about 4 inches of fresh soil, right where your tire tracks ended at the pull-off. That's impossible, I said. I left it on a rock miles in. Ross scribbled a note, not meeting my eyes. Keller said quietly, "We're not accusing you of anything, Mr. Redden. But we need to understand how this item got from that clearing to your truck. Did anyone else handle your pack? Your gear?" "No." He exhaled. "All right. We'll need you to come in again for a formal interview." I followed them out to the driveway, unease thick in my chest. As they got into their car, I asked, "You ever find the car?" Keller shut his door. "We found evidence of tire compression in that clearing, but no vehicle." When they drove off, I sat on my porch and watched their taillights vanish. That night, I dreamed of the forest, of walking that same path. Only now the trail marker read 30. The air smelled like iron. When I looked down, the ground shimmered as though heat were rising from it. Then I heard something soft, a baby crying, muffled, coming from inside the earth. I woke drenched in sweat. Morning light brought no comfort. I drove into town, trying to occupy myself. When I returned, a white envelope lay wedged under my door. No postage, no handwriting. Inside was a printed photo, my truck, parked at that same pull-off Skyline Drive. Time, stamped September 14th, 4:03 p.m. The exact minute I'd first seen Trailhead 29. Only in the picture, the sign was gone. I didn't tell anyone about the photo at first. I wanted to, but some part of me knew how it would sound. A picture of my truck at a trailhead that no longer existed. Time-stamped for the exact moment everything started. You bring something like that to the cops, and you stop being a witness. You become the problem. I drove it straight to Sergeant Haynes instead. She'd asked me to call if anything else surfaced, and this definitely qualified. When she saw the photo, her first question wasn't "Where'd you get it?" It was "Who gave this to you?" "No idea," I said. "Someone left it under my door. No note, no envelope marking." She studied the print with a magnifying glass, then the back, then looked at me. "We'll run it for fingerprints." "Good," I said. Because whoever took that picture had to be there the same time I was. That timestamps the day I found the car. Her expression flickered. "You're certain about the time?" I wrote it down in my notebook. 3:40, 2 p.m. when I parked. Give or take a minute. She nodded slowly and closed the folder. "Mr. Redden, I need you to understand something. We've reopened the Haggerty case because of you. The family's relatives are back in contact. The press is sniffing around, and my unit's under scrutiny for what we missed in 2018. If there's anyone trying to interfere, worse, to stage something, I have to know now." "I'm not staging anything," I said quietly. "I believe you." But her tone said she wanted to. She promised to keep me updated. I drove home with the same restless tightness behind my ribs that had been building since this began. That night, I went through everything again. My notes, my photos, the coordinates, the few items in my pack. Then I found something I hadn't noticed before. Tucked inside the outer pocket of my day pack was a small scrap of paper, folded twice. I unfolded it. The handwriting was neat, almost deliberate. "Go back before they do." No signature. For a long time, I just stared at it. Then I packed the bag again, Flashlight, water, pistol, my Garmin, and drove. Skyline was deserted past 9 p.m. The kind of dark that presses on the windows. I stopped at the same pull-off. Weeds brushed my bumper. I stepped out, and the forest swallowed the sound of the engine immediately. No trail marker. No cleared path. Just trees and the slope of the ridge. But the air smelled the same soil, rot, and that faint undertone of bleach. I swept my flashlight slowly over the undergrowth. Nothing but shadows and ferns. I walked forward maybe 20 yards and felt it. That subtle dip under my boots. The trace of an old footpath. Once you've hiked enough, you can feel where people have walked, even when the trail's gone. The soil packs differently. The plants bend in a certain direction. I followed it. After 10 minutes, the forest closed around me again. Then, through the darkness, the beam of my light caught something metallic. The car. Same silver Camry. Same tilt in the frame. Only now it sat half buried under branches, as if a storm had torn through and nobody cleaned it up. The back window was cracked. The baby seat was still there. The hood looked cold this time. But when I leaned closer, I could see faint hand streaks along the passenger door, like someone had tried to wipe it down. I whispered, "Jesus Christ." A noise behind me made me freeze. The quiet, deliberate sound of a footstep. I spun, gun raised, flashlight cutting through trees. Nothing, just the forest breathing. I waited a full minute, then circled back to the car. The driver's side window had fog from inside. Just a thin mist, like condensation. I stepped closer, heart thudding. Through the fog, I could make out a dark shape in the front seat. A phone. It was lying face up, screen cracked, faint glow still pulsing. I tried the door again. This time it opened. The smell hit first old air, mold, faintly sweet. The phone screen flickered once before dying completely. I grabbed it, slid it into my jacket pocket, then stepped back. The driver's seat was empty. But something else caught my light. On the passenger headrest, a smear of what looked like dried mud shaped like a handprint. Small, child-sized. That was enough. I backed away, retracing my steps. When I reached the truck, I locked the doors and drove until I hit cell signal. When I finally called Haynes, it was past midnight. She answered on the second ring. "Redden, it's back," I said. "The car's back. I have a phone from inside." Silence. Then, "Where are you right now?" I gave her the coordinates again. She said she'd dispatch units immediately and told me to stay put. In the vehicle, doors locked, lights on. But something in her tone, not panic, just resignation, made me realize she didn't expect to find what I'd seen. 2 patrol SUVs passed me around 1 a.m. They drove right past the pull-off, heading south. No one stopped. I tried calling again, but my phone had gone dead. Battery full an hour earlier, now black screen. I waited another half hour, then left. When dawn came, I drove straight to Luray again and walked into the police station with the dead phone in a Ziploc bag. Haynes wasn't there. The desk sergeant didn't know who I meant. "No one by that name works out of this office," he said. "You sure you've got the right place?" He flipped through a binder. "Closest female sergeant we have is McCrae, but she's with traffic." I stood there throat dry. "No, she's homicide. State police." He frowned. "State police office moved to Harrisonburg last year. Building down the road's been empty since spring." He wasn't lying. When I drove past the address she'd met me at before, the windows were boarded. The door padlocked. That was 2 days ago. Now I'm sitting here with the phone, which came back to life this morning, screen cracked but functional. There's only one thing on it, a video. I watched it once. The footage is grainy, timestamp June 14, 2018, 6:09 p.m. The camera shakes as if someone's holding it in the passenger seat of a moving car. You can see the driver, Daniel Haggerty, from the photos online, talking to someone off-screen. Cynthia's voice answers, soft, asking if Lily's still asleep. Then Daniel says something that freezes me, almost there. They said Trailhead 29's the quietest spot. The camera pans forward. Through the windshield, you can see the same sign I saw, Trailhead 29, and my truck parked just beyond it. That's the last frame before the feed cuts to static. I've replayed it 100 times. The timestamp, the lighting, even the license plate on my truck. It's me. 5 years before I ever went there. I took it to the sheriff's office in Page County this morning. They listened politely, then said they'd forward it to state investigators. But when I asked for a copy of their report later, they had no record of any evidence logged under my name. Around noon, someone knocked on my door again. I froze, waited. Another knock, slower this time. When I opened it, a ranger stood there in full uniform. The same face. Marrow. He smiled faintly. Mr. Redden, appreciate your cooperation last time. Mind if I come in? I couldn't speak. He stepped forward anyway, tipping his hat slightly, eyes scanning the room. Would just need to tie off a few things. You still have that phone? I nodded. He extended his hand. Let's make this simple. I'll take it back where it belongs. My body moved before my brain could stop it. I reached for the gun in the drawer. But by the time I looked up, the door was open, and the ranger was gone. Only the faint smell of bleach lingered, sharp and chemical, hanging in the air like fog. The phone started vibrating. Screen flashing again. Unknown number. When I answered, it wasn't a voice I recognized. Just a faint hiss and a recording, like a dispatch feed. Ranger Unit 12 to base. Arrived at Trailhead 29, vehicles secured. Civilian witness en route. Then, witness identified as Wyatt Redden, male, 34. Logging coordinates now. Click. Silence. I don't know if this is a prank, a cover-up, or something worse. The video, the ranger. The vanishing trail. All of it sits just close enough to reality to make you question what's real. I haven't gone back. Won't. But last night, I drove past that stretch of skyline again just once. For closure, I told myself. At mile marker 56, my headlights caught a shape through the trees. Wooden post, white letters. Trailhead 30. And just for a second, only a second, I could swear I heard a baby crying somewhere deep in the woods. My name is May Hollow, and last summer, I rented a decommissioned fire lookout tower deep in the Monongahela forest of West Virginia. I found it listed under the name Fire Tower Motel on an old booking site that specialized in off-grid experiences. The listing photos showed a rust-colored structure standing alone on a ridge, its windows catching late afternoon sun. It looked quiet, peaceful even. I was trying to finish a photography project about abandoned state infrastructure. Bridges, ranger stations, forgotten rest stops, and the tower fit perfectly. The host profile was nearly blank. Just a name, J. Trenner. No reviews. The nightly rate was unusually cheap for something so photogenic. $45 a night, no deposit. I told myself it was probably an amateur listing. Someone trying to make a little money off an unused structure. It didn't cross my mind then that the lack of reviews might not be an accident. When I arrived, it was nearly dusk. The road narrowed until it turned into a dirt path barely wider than my car. The tower rose out of the trees like a sentinel, maybe 60 feet tall, all metal and faded red paint. The lowest steps of the staircase had been replaced with newer planks lighter in color. The rest looked sun-bleached, warped, almost skeletal. I remember thinking it looked more like a watchtower than a motel. There was a padlock on the hatch at the base, but it hung open. Inside, the stairwell spiraled upward, enclosed by grating that moaned faintly in the wind. The air smelled of rust and pine needles. I could hear the forest shifting below, leaves rubbing insects starting their evening chorus. At the top, the small square room had been fitted with a twin bed, a mini fridge, a table, and a narrow window on each wall. It was sparse but clean enough. The mattress had a thin floral sheet that looked newer than the structure deserved. What caught my eye were the dark circular burns scattered across the surface. Small, sharp, edged cigarette burns. Some had sunk through the fabric into the foam. I thought maybe the last ranger who used the tower had been a smoker. The burn marks seemed old, faded around the edges. Still, they gave the impression of someone pacing late at night, lighting one after another, ash falling close. By the time I unpacked my gear, twilight had settled in. The tower creaked occasionally, the kind of metallic groan that comes from cooling metal. From the windows, the forest below was a dark ocean, treetops rippling under the wind. No signs of nearby houses, no roads visible, no lights. I checked my phone. No service as expected. The isolation was part of the appeal. I cooked a simple meal on my camping stove: canned beans, rice, and coffee. The air inside the tower grew warm and dense, carrying that faint scent of old cigarettes. I opened one of the windows a crack to let the night in. It was around 10 p.m. when I heard the first knock. It came from below, a dull, hollow sound echoing up the metal staircase. 3 steady knocks, then silence. I froze, spoon halfway to my mouth. At first, I thought maybe an animal had brushed against the lower structure. A raccoon, perhaps, or a branch tapping in the wind. But the sound had rhythm, human rhythm. I waited, holding my breath. A minute passed. Then 3 more knocks, a little louder. I called down, leaning toward the stairwell opening. My voice echoed faintly down the spiral, swallowed by the dark. No response. I turned on my flashlight and shone it down the hole in the floor where the stairs began. The beam reached only halfway before it dissolved into black. I couldn't see the base. Another knock. This one closer. Maybe 10 steps up. The sounded weight like a fist against metal. Slow, deliberate. 1, 2, 3. Then stillness. My pulse quickened. "Hey! Is someone down there?" I shouted again, louder. Nothing. Not even the sound of movement retreating. I locked the hatch at the top of the stairs. A simple sliding bolt, more symbolic than secure, and tried to shake it off. The forest was full of echoes, I told myself. Sound traveled strangely through hollow steel. Maybe a branch had hit the lower platform, bouncing noise upward. Still, I couldn't shake the image of someone waiting quietly just out of sight. By midnight, the knocking had settled into a pattern. Once every few minutes, steady as a heartbeat. Always from below, never climbing higher. I sat awake in the bed, flashlight in hand, staring at the hatch. Each knock vibrated faintly through the metal floor, subtle enough to make me question whether I'd imagined it. At some point, I dozed off, When I woke, the room was pale with early dawn. The forest below was soaked in fog, the trees fading into a white mist that made them look endless. For a moment, I thought I dreamed the whole thing. Then I saw the footprints. They started halfway up the staircase. A single set of prints in fine reddish dust. Bare feet. The size suggested a man, but the toes were oddly spaced, the heel impressions too shallow. They stopped at the 12th step from the top. No more above or below. It was as if whoever made them had appeared there and vanished. I leaned over the railing, scanning the ground below. No movement. The forest was quiet in that heavy way that comes before sunrise. Even the birds hadn't started yet. Something about the stillness felt staged, too exact. I packed my camera gear and took a few photos of the footprints, partly for my project and partly to prove to myself they were real. The lens fogged slightly from the damp air. When I looked through it, the staircase seemed to stretch farther down than it should, as if the base had sunk deeper overnight. I descended cautiously, one hand on the rail. The prints remained until step 12, then nothing. I reached the bottom and walked the perimeter. The dirt was undisturbed, except for my own tracks from last night. Whoever had been knocking hadn't walked away. I spent the morning trying to distract myself with work, shooting angles of the tower, recording audio of the wind through the grating. The forest was bright now, ordinary. By noon, I'd almost convinced myself that the night had been a trick of nerves and exhaustion. But when I sat down to edit photos on my laptop, something strange caught my eye. In one of the shots of the stairwell, just at the edge of the frame, a shape leaned out from behind the railing. Blurred, almost translucent, but there. The outline of a shoulder, part of a face. I zoomed in until the pixels broke apart. The blur had the color of smoke. I didn't remember anyone being there when I took it. That night, I planned to leave my camera running to record sound, just in case. I told myself it was for the project, but deep down, it was to prove that something tangible was happening. Something explainable. When the sun dropped, the forest turned to shadow again. The tower's creaks returned, rhythmic with the wind. I cooked another simple meal and kept my flashlight within reach. The hatch was still bolted. At 10:02 p.m., the knocking started again. Same rhythm, same distance. I turned on the recorder. My heart was hammering, but I forced myself to stay quiet. 3 knocks, silence. Another 3 then, a pause, and a 4th knock softer, like fingertips instead of knuckles. I didn't move. The air felt dense, as if the tower itself was holding its breath. The recorder light blinked red in the dark. I stared at it, waiting for the next sound. When it came, it wasn't a knock. It was the faint scrape of metal on metal. The sound of the hatch bolt sliding. I lunged forward and pressed down on the handle, forcing it shut. The movement stopped. Silence stretched. My hands were shaking so hard the flashlight beam jittered across the floor. A low breath came from below, a single exhale that barely reached my ears. Then footsteps retreating downward. I stayed awake until sunrise. When I finally opened the hatch, the prints were there again. But this time they were closer. The topmost print, pressed faintly against the underside of the hatch itself, as if something had stood just beneath it, waiting. I didn't see a reason to stay another night, but before I left I checked my recorder. The file had saved, 2 hours long. I hit play. Wind, tower creaks, my breathing, then faintly the knocks, clear, rhythmic. But what came next made my stomach drop. After the last knock, a voice, low, male, close to the microphone, let me up. I left the tower that morning, though not entirely. The forest road was too narrow for comfort, and I was too rattled to trust my own sense of direction. Instead of driving all the way out, I parked my car on a turnout, about a mile downhill, still close enough that I could see the tower's silhouette rising through the trees. My plan was to rest, clear my head, and decide whether I'd come back up for my things later. But the truth was, I couldn't stop thinking about that voice. The way it had whispered, let me up, like it wasn't asking for entry so much as asking for permission to return. By noon, I'd convinced myself I needed to know more about the listing. I opened my laptop, tethered my phone to what little signal flickered on the ridge, and searched for Fire Tower Motel for J. Trenner. The booking page was gone, listing no longer available. Even the cached version came up blank. The name J. Trenner turned up one local obituary, Trennis Trenner, 62, retired U.S. Forest Service, deceased 2015. It listed his cause of death as accidental fall. The obituary didn't say where, but a news article buried in the archives did. Monongahela Fire Tower 4A. That was the tower I'd slept in. The article was short. Ranger dies in fall from decommissioned observation tower. No foul play suspected. It mentioned that the site had been officially closed since the late 1990s due to structural instability. And yet someone, or something, had listed it online 8 years after his death. I should have packed up and left right then. I even started the car, hands trembling on the wheel. But I'm a documentarian before I'm anything else. The story, the mystery, hooked its claws in me. I told myself I'd stay one more night, just long enough to collect better evidence. Clear audio, photos, anything tangible that might explain what was happening. By dusk, I was climbing those stairs again. The footprints were gone, swept clean somehow. The air was heavier than before, damp with the day's humidity. I found the hatch still bolted from the outside, the way I'd left it, and took that as a small comfort. Inside, the room was unchanged except for one thing. The sheet on the bed was turned down, the pillow indented, as if someone had lain there. I told myself I must have done it in a rush that morning, not realizing. Still, I felt a tightness settle between my ribs. I set up 2 cameras, one facing the hatch, another pointed at the window overlooking the staircase. Then I unpacked the recorder again, hit record, and spoke clearly for the log. This is May Hollow, Night 2 in the Monongahela Tower. I'm documenting unexplained sounds, possible structure resonance or human interference. Saying it aloud made it feel professional, less like I was baiting something unseen. Around 9:30, the wind picked up. The tower shifted, letting out long moans of strained metal. My flashlight beam caught flakes of rust drifting down the stairwell. I thought I saw something move in the reflection of the window, a shadow crossing behind me. But when I turned, the room was empty. At 10:07, the first knock came. Same rhythm, same deliberate spacing. This time I didn't freeze. I leaned over the hatch and shouted, "Who's there?" The reply was faint, but distinct 3 knocks again. Answering mine, I steadied the flashlight over the opening. "Are you hurt?" I called down. Silence. Then quietly another voice, hoarse low. "You left the door locked." My skin went cold. The tone was conversational, almost disappointed, as if I'd inconvenienced it. I didn't answer. My heart was racing so hard it hurt to breathe. The voice came again, closer now. We used to leave it open, so the smoke could get out. That detail, the smoke, made something click. The cigarette burns. The pattern. I remembered what I'd read about old lookout posts. Rangers often smoked during night shifts, passing time while scanning for fires. Jonas. I asked before I could stop myself. The voice paused, then, "You shouldn't be up here alone." I stumbled back from the hatch, nearly tripping over the camera tripod. The knocking resumed, faster now, echoing like heartbeat against metal. I jammed the bolt shut and back toward the bed, but the sound didn't stop. It climbed. One step. Another. Each clang matched the distance between rungs. Moving up the spiral, deliberate, unhurried. I raised the flashlight again, beam trembling. Nothing visible, just the railing, the empty shaft, the sound ascending toward me. At step 12, it stopped. For a moment, all I heard was the wind outside, sifting through trees. Then, a soft rasp, like fingers brushing the underside of the hatch. That's when my flashlight flickered and died. In the darkness, I heard breathing. Slow, calm, as if someone were standing inches below me, listening. I groped for the lantern on the table, twisting the knob with shaking hands. It sputtered to life, throwing pale light across the room. The hatch was still closed, but the bolt was turned halfway open. I could see the prints again, faint this time, in the dust near my boots. Bare feet, wet enough to glisten in the lantern light. They led from the hatch to the bed, then back. No sound of climbing. No sound of descent. Just there. I wanted to run. Every instinct screamed to get out, but the tower stairs suddenly seemed endless, too exposed. I sat in the corner with my camera clutched tight, filming the floor until exhaustion took over. I woke at dawn to silence. The air had gone stale, heavy with the smell of stale tobacco. I checked the cameras, both still running. When I played the footage back, the first few hours were uneventful. Then, around midnight, the hatch moved. Not opened, just shifted, like someone pressing from below. A pale shape appeared in the corner of the frame, fogging the lens. And faintly, under the static hiss of the wind, came a voice I didn't remember hearing live. Still watching for fires. The voice was followed by another sound. A single inhale, ragged and wet. I stopped the playback there. Something inside me cracked open. Not panic exactly, more like the sharp clarity of realization. Whoever had died here hadn't left. Maybe he didn't even know he'd fallen. By mid-morning, I packed up everything. The sky was pale gray, heavy with storm clouds. I wanted distance, perspective, phone signal, anything that made sense. But when I climbed down the last steps and looked up, I saw someone in the window. Not clearly, just a silhouette framed in the glass, watching me. Shoulders slightly slumped, head tilted. I blinked and it was gone. I didn't go far. There was an old ranger station about 6 miles east, marked on my GPS as Service Depot 2. The drive felt longer, the road winding tighter between pines. The building was half collapsed, but the outer office was still standing, full of dusty file cabinets and abandoned equipment. Inside, I found what I was looking for: records. Folders labeled Fire Tower 4A dated from 1988 to 2012. Most of it was maintenance logs, weather reports, fuel receipts, minor repairs. But the last few entries caught my attention. July 3, 2012. Ranger Trenner failed to check in after shift. Replacement dispatched. July 4, 2012. Trenner located at base of tower. Fatal fall, ladder section compromised. Noti structure to remain decommissioned. No entry permitted. The next page was blank except for one hand a note in blue ink. He said the lights were still moving out there. Said they looked like smoke. No signature. I flipped the folder shut and stepped back, dust stirring around my boots. The idea of returning for my remaining gear, the lantern, the sleeping bag, felt impossible. But something told me I hadn't really left the tower behind. Because even there, miles away, I could still smell it. The cigarette smoke. Faint, but unmistakable. That night, I checked into a roadside inn near the state line. The front desk clerk gave me a key without meeting my eyes. I asked if she knew anyone by the name Trenner. She looked up then, slow, deliberate. "Jonas Trenner," she asked. "You don't mean old Ranger Trenner, do you? That tower man?" "Yeah," I said, trying to sound casual. "Hay fell, right?" Her expression tightened. "That's what they said. But I knew him. Jonas didn't fall. He burned. The tower caught fire after a lightning strike. They found him halfway down the stairs." She paused, searching my face. "Why are you asking?" I didn't answer. My throat had gone dry. Back in the motel room, I checked the footage again. I hadn't noticed it before, but at the very end of the recording, just before the battery died, the camera caught something reflected in the window. A flicker of orange, like flame. And beneath it, through the static hiss, the faint rhythm returned. 3 slow knocks, then a whisper almost drowned out by wind. "Still here." I told myself I wasn't going back, that I'd seen enough, heard enough, smelled enough to close the book on it. But 2 nights later, I was driving toward the tower again. It wasn't curiosity. It wasn't even courage. It was the recording. The final whisper, "Still here." I'd replayed it dozens of times, trying to convince myself it was some kind of interference. But the tone was too human, too specific. Like he'd recognized my voice. I told myself I'd make one final trip. Collect my remaining gear, take a few last shots for documentation, and leave it behind for good. By the time I reached the old service road, the forest was slick with rain. The tower stood against a low ceiling of clouds. Darker than I remembered, its frame streaked with rust that looked almost like burn marks. At the base, the air carried the same faint scent of ash and tobacco. I noticed new scratches on the hatch, thin, curved, as if someone had dragged nails down the metal. When I climbed the first few steps, I hesitated. Rain dripped through the grating, darkening the wood beneath each footfall. The higher I went, the quieter the forest became. By the time I reached the halfway point, the same place the footprints had stopped that first morning, the world below had vanished into mist. It felt like I was climbing out of time. At the top, the hatch was already unlocked. I froze, hand on the railing. I hadn't left it that way. Inside, everything was as I'd left it, except the bed. The mattress was gone. In its place was a square of blackened wood, charred into the floorboards. The air was thick with the ghost of old smoke. I stepped closer. The burn pattern wasn't random. It had edges, like someone had piled something there. Near the corner, I found the lantern. It was lying on its side, the glass cracked. I picked it up and saw soot smeared along the handle, and something beneath it, faint but legible. Carved into the wood with what looked like a pocket knife were 3 words. LEV, teach e duoir. The last word had been cut deeper, almost gouged. Lightning flashed somewhere beyond the ridge, illuminating the room in a stuttered white. For a split second, I saw movement reflected in the window, a figure standing just behind me, shoulders hunched, head tilted. When the flash faded, the reflection was gone, but the smell of cigarettes grew stronger. I backed toward the hatch. The rain had turned to a steady hiss against the roof. I told myself again, just get your gear, go. But my hands weren't steady enough to unbolt the door. The metal felt warm under my palms, like it had absorbed heat from a fire still burning beneath. Then came the first knock. Soft this time. Not from below, but from the wall beside me. 3 beats, slow, careful. I turned, flashlight shaking across the boards. The sound came again, this time from the opposite wall, then behind me. It circled. "Jonas," I said quietly. "I know who you are." The air trembled, not from thunder, but something internal, like the tower was breathing. The walls seemed to expand and contract, and the burnt square on the floor began to darken further, edges glowing faintly orange. "You don't have to stay here," I said. "It's over. The tower's gone. The fire's done. For a long time, nothing." Then, near the hatch, a voice. Rough, strained. "You closed the door." It was closer now, directly beneath me. I took a step back, the floor creaking. "It wasn't me," I whispered. "I wasn't here. You locked me in." The words vibrated through the boards. I crouched, shining the light toward the hatch, and saw smoke leaking through the cracks, gray and thin. My eyes stung. The air grew hot, thick with the metallic taste of burning dust. I unbolted the hatch and threw it open. Below, nothing. Only the stairwell twisting into black. But I could hear the faint crackle of flame from somewhere deep beneath the steps. The voice came again, echoing up the spiral. "Leave the door." Another flash of lightning revealed what I hadn't noticed before. Shapes on the walls. Dark outlines burned into the wood like shadows fixed in place. One near the window. One crouched by the bed, both human-sized. I stumbled backward, hitting the table. My camera fell to the floor, its red light still blinking. The smell of smoke was overwhelming now. No longer old but fresh. Acrid, alive. Heat shimmered off the metal walls. The charred spot at the floor's center began to pulse. A faint orange heartbeat spreading outward. I knew I had to leave. I lunged for the stairs, nearly tripping over the hatch edge. The first few steps burned hot under my boots. Below, the smoke thickened, coiling like living fog. Every few steps, I saw flashes. A shape ahead, descending just out of sight. Bare feet leaving faint, glowing prints that faded seconds later. Halfway down, I stopped. Something about the pattern felt wrong. The prints weren't leading away. They were coming up. A wave of heat hit me then, blinding. I covered my face and kept moving, not caring about the camera or the lantern anymore. The air roared in my ears. Not wind, but something heavier. Breath, drawn from the center of the tower itself. When I burst through the lower hatch, the rain had turned to downpour. The air outside was cold and clean, almost shocking after the heat. I ran until the tower disappeared behind the trees. From the ridge, I turned back. Through the sheets of rain, I saw it, faint, but real. A dull glow from the upper room. Fire. No flames visible, just light pulsing behind the windows like something breathing. I watched until it dimmed. Then I kept walking. By the time I reached my car, dawn was breaking. The storm was easing. I sat there for a long time, drenched and shaking, listening to the forest return to normal. Birds, insects, the distant rush of runoff. When I finally turned the key, the radio came on by itself. Static at first, then a voice, thin, grainy, barely audible beneath the noise. "Firewatch, copy." Tower 4, you there? Another pause. Tower 4, report. We've got smoke at your location. I killed the engine. The voice faded. Later that day, I drove to the nearest ranger office. A modern one, staffed, real. I told them I'd been up at the decommissioned tower, and that it might be burning. The man at the counter frowned. Which tower did you say? 4A, I said. Off Ridge Road. He looked at me for a long moment before shaking his head. Ma'am, that tower's been gone for years. Burned down completely in 2012. There's nothing left but the foundation. I didn't argue. He must have seen something in my face, because he hesitated, then said quietly, "You didn't go up there, did you?" I didn't answer. That night, I drove home. But sleep didn't come easily. My clothes still smelled faintly of smoke, though I'd washed them twice. My camera, the one I dropped on the floor, survived. When I finally gathered enough courage to scroll through the footage, most of it was ruined by static and heat distortion. Except the last frame. The camera had kept recording after I fled. The image was angled toward the hatch, now wide open. Smoke filled the stairwell, and through it, something moved. Slow, steady. A figure emerging upward, half translucent in the haze. Barefoot, face obscured. He reached the top, turned toward the lens, and for a second, the features sharpened. A man in a ranger uniform, hair singed, eyes reflecting firelight. Then the picture cut out. I deleted the video the next morning. But every so often, especially when the night is still, I hear that rhythm again. Not knocking exactly, but something close. 3 slow beats against my apartment wall. Sometimes, when I get up to check, I catch a faint smell. Smoke, metal, and the sharp trace of tobacco. I haven't opened the door yet. Not once. Because whatever's waiting on the other side doesn't want to come in. It wants me to let it up. My name is Colton Bryce. I've been a licensed hunting guide for nearly 18 years. Most of them spent leading small parties through the hollers and ridges of the Clinch Mountain Range in Southwest Virginia. People come to that stretch of country for the quiet, for the deer, and for the kind of isolation that feels earned. I've led doctors from Richmond, retirees from Kentucky, and more than a few city men looking to buy themselves a weekend of grit. The land doesn't care who you are. It just waits. It was late October when I agreed to take a group of 4 men from Bristol up into the north side of Clinch, near Big Cedar Creek. That area is rough country. Dense oak and hickory stands, shale slides that can swallow a boot, and old mining shafts hidden under mires of leaf rot. The kind of ground where maps don't mean much. I met the group at dawn outside a gas station in Dungannon. They were weekend hunters, all talk and shiny rifles, smelling like brand new camo and cheap coffee. The leader, a man named Holt, shook my hand too hard and told me he'd been dreaming of bagging a buck up here since college. I told him it wasn't a dreamland. Around here, you work for what you take. He just grinned and told his buddy to load the cooler. We drove the Ridgeline Road until the gravel turned to dirt and the service bars dropped off. I parked near an old fire road that hadn't seen maintenance since Reagan. The forest there folds over itself. Rhododendron thickets like tunnels. Thin trails from deer or bear. You can walk 100 yards and feel like you've left the world behind. We hiked most of the morning, climbing toward the spine of Clinch Mountain. 11, when the mist was starting to burn off, I noticed the first sign of something off. Across the ridge, just above the tree line, a thin shimmer of light was moving slow. Steady, rhythmic, like a man walking with a lantern. At first I thought it was a reflection. Hunters often use headlamps when tracking early, and the sun can bounce off anything. But this was no reflection. It was too smooth, too warm in color. Amber, not white. I watched it for a good minute before the others noticed. "What's that?" one of them asked. "Probably a farmer burning off brush," I said, though I knew that wasn't likely. There aren't many farms that high, and no one burns in fall with the wind running dry. We set up camp near an old clearing where a logging outfit had worked years ago. The men were restless, talking too loud, drinking before noon. I tried to steer their attention to safety, about where not to wander, how to store food. But they didn't much care. They wanted a story. It came soon enough. That night after dinner, I stepped away from camp to relieve myself and noticed the light again. Same ridge, same slow sway. A single figure, tiny in the distance, walking along the ridgeline with a lantern. The wind was strong enough to carry the sound of the men laughing behind me. But up there, the figure didn't seem to notice. I raised my binoculars, but the lens fogged in the cold. By the time I wiped it clean, the light was gone. When I came back, Holt smirked. "You see the lantern boy yet?" he said. The others laughed, thinking he was being clever, but I caught something different in his tone. "The what?" I asked. "The lantern boy," he repeated. "Locals talk about him. Some old miner's kid, used to signal explosions up there back in the day. Got himself blown to hell when the charges went wrong. Folks still see him sometimes, up on the ridge before dawn, swinging that damn lantern like he's warning somebody." I didn't respond. I'd heard my share of mountain tales. Phantom miners, women crying in the creeks. All that. But something about Holt's phrasing didn't sound like bar talk. More like local rumor. "Where'd you hear that?" I asked. "Jas station clerk told me," Holt said. "Said if we camped near the North Ridge, we might catch him walking. Thought it'd be a good story for the wives." I laughed it off, though something about the whole thing stuck under my skin. People in these mountains don't pass stories like that for entertainment. They pass them to mark places, to tell you where not to go. At dawn the next morning, the forest was quiet, dew heavy on every leaf. We moved out early, tracking a set of deer prints leading east. The air was cold enough that our breath fogged, and every step echoed sharper than it should have. When we crested a low ridge around 7, Holt stopped dead. "There," he whispered. I followed his line of sight. Through the thin fog, far up on the ridge above us, the same light burned. A lantern glow swaying side to side. It was brighter now in the dim morning, and this time, I could see the shape behind its small, narrow shoulders, thin frame. It looked like a boy, no older than 12. He was walking the ridge in a straight line, holding the lantern out in front of him. No rush, no hesitation. Just a steady pace. "Hell,
That's a kid!
one of the men said. Probably some local. I muttered, though that didn't sit right. No local would be walking that high before dawn, not with the terrain up there. Too steep, too dangerous. We watched for maybe 30 seconds before the boy stopped. He turned slightly, as if glancing toward us. The lantern flickered. Then the light dropped out. Gone, like someone flipped a switch. The men shouted, thinking it was a trick. I told them to quiet down. My gut said to stay put, but Holt insisted we check it out. I warned them how dangerous that ridge was. Loose shale, hidden shafts, sinkholes, but Holt laughed. Ain't no ghost up there, Bryce. It's a kid with a lamp. Probably some meth head's son. I gave in. If it was a real child, we couldn't just ignore it. We hiked the slope for nearly an hour, climbing through thick laurel and loose rock. The air grew thinner, the smell of iron and damp earth stronger. About halfway up, I noticed an old structure buried in vines, a rusted metal door hanging crooked off its frame, leading into the side of the hill. An abandoned mine entrance. I stopped. We're not going in there? I said. Holt rolled his eyes. We're not. We're just looking around. He walked ahead, shining his flashlight toward the opening. The beam caught something metallic. Chains. Old mining rails, a broken lantern hanging by a nail. My stomach tightened. The way the lantern swayed, barely moving in the draft, mirrored the motion we'd seen up on the ridge. Looks like someone's been here, Holt muttered. I crouched near the entrance and noticed footprints, small ones, the kind a child might leave. The soil was damp, the impressions fresh. Back down, I said. Now, but Holt didn't listen. He ducked inside, his light bobbing through the dark. The others hesitated, looking between us. I followed after a moment, keeping my hand on the wall. The air inside was stale, with that copper tang you get in old mines. The tunnel went about 30 feet before splitting. One branch collapsed, the other sloped deeper. We called out. No answer. Holt's light had disappeared. That's when I heard a faint clink of metal on stone. Not echoing, not distant, close. Then a whisper of movement, like something dragging. I turned my light toward the sound and saw Holt frozen ahead of me, flashlight trembling in his grip. At his feet was a small skeleton, curled on its side, the bones thin and gray from decades underground. And wired to one wrist, fused with rust and corrosion, was a lantern, its handle looped around the bone. No one spoke. The air felt heavier than any silence I'd known. Holt lowered his light slowly. Jesus Christ, he whispered. Behind us, one of the men gagged. The smell hit next, a mix of iron rot and something almost sweet. I told them to move, to get out before the air turned bad. Holt hesitated, but when he tried to lift the lantern, the wire cut into the bone and snapped. He dropped it fast, eyes wide. We left the mine in silence. Outside, daylight had fully broken. The ridge above us glowed gold with the sun. But it felt wrong, like the light didn't belong there anymore. Holt sat on a rock, pale as paper. None of the men spoke for several minutes. Finally, one of them asked what we were going to do. We call it in, I said. Sheriff's Department first, then historical preservation. That's not something we touch. Holt nodded, but I could tell his hands were shaking. We made our way back down the mountain, slower this time. The men packed their gear with the kind you only get after seeing something you weren't supposed to. I radioed from the truck once we got signal, reported the discovery, gave coordinates as best I could. The dispatcher said she'd send a deputy and someone from State Historical. By the time they arrived, the light was fading again. The deputy, a man named Keene, listened while I explained what we'd found. He'd grown up in Gate City and knew the area. When I mentioned the small footprints in the lantern, he nodded grimly. Yeah, he said. You found him. I frowned. You knew about it. He sighed. My granddad used to tell stories about a kid they used to send up to flag detonations. Company didn't have proper signals back then, so they'd use lanterns. One morning the charge went early. They only found pieces. Folks said the kid's pa buried what was left near the ridge but never marked it. You're the first to actually find proof. He shook his head, staring toward the slope. They used to call him the Lantern Boy. I didn't say anything, just watched the ridge, where the light had moved the night before. The deputy left before dark, promising to file the report. The other men wanted to pack up for good, but Holt insisted on staying one more night. He said he wanted to make peace with it, whatever that meant. I stayed because I was paid to, though I'll admit, I didn't like the idea of leaving that ridge unguarded. That night, the forest went still again. No wind, no night birds. Not even the usual rustle of deer. And somewhere, just after midnight, the faint glow of a lantern flickered once more along the ridge line. The morning after we saw that last flicker on the ridge, the sheriff's department sealed off the site. They arrived early. 2 trucks and a state vehicle, kicking up the gravel like a slow, moving storm. Holt and his crew didn't talk much during breakfast. Just quiet chewing, eyes down, all of them pretending they'd slept through the night. Sheriff Whitby was an old hand. White hair under a sweat-stained hat, the kind of man who'd seen enough to make patience look like suspicion. He shook my hand like we'd met before, though I couldn't place him.
You're the one found it?
He asked. Yes, sir, I said. We followed a light along the ridge yesterday morning, went to check. Found the mine and the remains inside. He nodded, eyes narrowing. And the lantern was still there. Yes. He took a slow breath. You didn't move it, did you? No. Tried not to touch anything after we realized what it was. Good. State boys'll want it clean. They spent the next few hours combing the area, photographing the mine entrance, taking measurements, mapping coordinates. Holt hovered around them like he couldn't let go, asking questions, offering to help. The deputy finally told him to back off, and I had to pull him aside before he made things worse. Let them work, I said. He rubbed a hand over his jaw. You think they'll find who did it? Who did what? He hesitated. I don't know. Left the kid there? I guess. I didn't answer. Something about that question bothered me. There was no clear who back then. Miners took any body they could find for a job, even a child, if it fit the payroll. The boy had probably been collateral in some accident long forgotten, his story twisted into ghost talk to hide what the company did. Around noon, a state forensic team arrived. A pair of techs in plain jackets with plastic cases. They went straight for the mine. I followed them partway in, more out of duty than curiosity. The air inside was cooler than before, the light from their lamps slicing through the dust. The skeleton hadn't moved. One of the techs crouched beside it, noting the bone condition. Small, he said. Pre-adolescent. Maybe 10 or 11. The other measured the wrist where the lantern wire still clung. Homemade binding. Copper twist. Probably from electrical scrap. Lanterns kerosene-based, early 20th century. We'll need corrosion dating to be sure. They spoke in that clipped, neutral tone people use when the human part of the job's too heavy. I just watched. Holt didn't come in. He stood outside the whole time, staring up at the ridge like he expected to see something move. When the techs brought the lantern out, sealed in a clear evidence bag, he took a step forward before catching himself. That's it, he muttered. That's the same light we saw. One of the deputies frowned. What light? Last night? Holt said. There was a lantern up there again. Swear to God. The deputy just shook his head. Probably one of us doing sweeps. But there hadn't been. I knew that. Their vehicles hadn't shown until dawn. I didn't correct him. Though, no sense feeding rumors. By late afternoon, the area was taped off, reports filed, coordinates logged. Sheriff Whitby called me aside before leaving. You did right reporting it, Bryce, he said. A lot of folks would have just buried it again. I figured the boy deserved better than that, I said. He nodded. You might get a call from State, Historical, or the Mine Safety Commission. They'll want a statement, maybe ask about where you saw the light. Just tell it straight. I will. Whitby paused, eyes narrowing just a little. And don't go back up there. I know guides like you, always chasing loose ends. Let us handle what's left. Understood. He left it at that, but his tone carried weight. Something about the whole operation felt heavier than the paperwork it would produce. When the trucks pulled out, the forest went still again. The men in my group were already packed, itching to leave. Holt tried to act casual, but the exhaustion in his face betrayed him. Before we left, he walked up to the yellow tape, staring into the dark mouth of the mine. That kid must have died scared, he said quietly. Probably didn't even know what happened, I replied. Explosions were unpredictable then. Half the crew never made it out. He looked at me, eyes a little too sharp. Still doesn't sit right. I didn't know how to answer that, so I didn't. We drove down in silence. The men dropped off, one by one at their trucks in Dungannon, leaving Holt and me alone at the lot. He asked if I'd join him for a drink before heading home, and maybe I should have said no. But something told me it might settle his nerves. We ended up at a small bar on the edge of town, the kind of place where the wood paneling smells like 10 years of cigarette ghosts. Holt ordered whiskey neat, I stuck with coffee. He drank too fast before saying what was on his mind. You ever seen anything like that before? He buddies. Sure. Not like that though. I keep thinking, why the wire? Why not rope? Or nothing at all? Who'd wire a lantern to a kid's arm? I shrugged. Could have been an accident. Maybe the handle broke. They rigged it that way for safety. He shook his head. No, that was deliberate. I saw the twist pattern. Tight, clean. Somebody meant it to stay there. Miners were practical, I said. They improvised. He didn't respond for a while, just stared into his drink. When he spoke again, his voice was lower. What if they left him there on purpose? Not buried, just sealed in. That thought had crossed my mind too, but I didn't want to give it air. You're thinking too modern, I said. Back then, accidents were accidents. Paperwork disappeared. No one kept records. He nodded slowly, though I could tell he wasn't convinced. We parted ways at dusk. I drove home to my cabin near Copper Creek, the forest blurring past like an afterthought. The image of that small skeleton followed me all the way back. The way its hand was curled inward. The lantern frozen in place like it had never gone out. For a few days, I didn't hear anything. Then a call came from a woman with the Virginia Department of Mines, Minerals, and Energy. She asked polite questions: location, discovery, the condition of the remains. Her tone was careful, bureaucratic. At the end, she said, "You might be contacted by a historian named Dr. Ferris. He's compiling data on early Appalachian mining incidents. He's been tracking child labor records. He'll probably reach out. I agreed. 2 days later, he did. Dr. Thomas Ferris introduced himself over the phone, voice thin but warm. He taught at East Tennessee State, researching forgotten mining towns. "You've done us quite a service, Mr. Bryce," he said. "The Clinch Ridge site may help confirm oral accounts we've had for years." The so-called Lantern Boy story wasn't folklore. It was tragedy turned rumor. He explained that in 1911, a coal company operating near that ridge had used messenger children to relay signals between detonations. Their job was to stand clear of the charge zone and swing lanterns when the miners below were clear. Payment was a few cents a day and a meal. One morning, a misfire triggered early. The company reported one fatality, a male juvenile, name withheld. There were no burial records, no follow-up. "It lines up perfectly with where you found the remains," Ferris said. The copper wire could have been used to secure the lamp during work. We've found notes of similar setups in other operations. I asked if there'd been any record of family. Only a mention of the father, listed as a loader named Henry Voss. He disappeared soon after the incident. Some say he went west. Others, well, the local talk turned it into a ghost tale. His voice trailed off, like he regretted saying that last part. After we hung up, I sat on the porch for a long while, listening to the wind slide through the trees. The whole thing left a strange emptiness behind. You grow up hearing stories about mountain hauntings and curses, but it turns out the real horror is simpler. Men breaking other men, and no one keeping count. A week passed. The sheriff's office released a brief notice to the local paper. Remains believed to be early 1900s. Minor chown near Clinch Mountain. Investigation ongoing. No mention of the lantern, no mention of us. Holt called that evening. His voice was unsteady. "You see the paper?" I did. "They left out everything that mattered." "What did you expect?" I said. "They're not going to print ghost stories." "I don't mean that," he said sharply. "They left out the truth. That someone left that boy to die in a hole." "Holt, I've been reading," he interrupted, "about that company, about Henry Voss. He wasn't some stranger. He worked explosives. The record says his son was the signal boy. You know what else? Voss never filed a death claim, never collected the payout. I stayed quiet. You think he walked away from that?" Holt said, "No, I think he made someone pay. Maybe buried them up there too." "Stop chasing ghosts," I told him. "That ground's done. Let the law handle it." He laughed, dry and low. "Law doesn't go digging for bones unless there's headlines in it." He hung up before I could answer. That night, sleep didn't come easy. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the lantern again, its rusted handle twisted around that frail wrist. A few days later, Sheriff Whitby called me in. Holt had gone back up the ridge. His truck was found parked near the old fire road, doors locked, keys still in the ignition. Whitby rubbed his face like he'd aged 10 years in a day. We sent a team up. No sign of him yet. You know what he might have been looking for? I didn't know how to answer that either. Maybe truth. Maybe penance. The sheriff sighed. "We'll sweep again tomorrow. Stay available in case we need a guide." When I hung up, the line felt heavier than it should have. I went out to the porch again, the forest black and silent beyond the tree line. Somewhere in that stillness, I thought I heard the faint echo of metal brushing stone. It was probably just the wind. They started searching for Holt at first light. I was there before the deputies arrived, parked beside his truck, where the frost still clung to the hood. The forest looked harmless in daylight, cold, quiet, and endless. Sheriff Whitby pulled up 10 minutes later with 3 men from County Rescue and a dog team borrowed from Washington County. "You know this ground better than anyone," he said. "You're coming." We moved up the fire road in a slow line, radios crackling every few minutes with static reports from other teams sweeping the lower ridges. The dogs caught faint scent near the first switchback, probably residual from Holt himself. But it faded fast. The mountain has a way of swallowing smell, sound, even footprints. I led them toward the same mine entrance we'd flagged the week before. The caution tape still fluttered at the mouth like yellow ribs. No sign of disturbance. Holt hadn't gone inside. Whitby ordered 1 man to stay posted at the entrance while we fanned north along the ridge. The ground there breaks into small shelves of shale, steep enough to snap an ankle. Every few minutes someone would call out Holt's name, the sound falling flat against the trees. By mid-morning we reached the clearing where we'd first seen the lantern. Fresh prints cut through the leaf litter. Single set, heavy tread, pacing back and forth near the edge. They matched Holt's boot size. "He was here," I said. Whitby crouched, brushing away debris. Stopped for a while. Maybe watched the valley. Or waited for something. He gave me a look but didn't comment. We followed the tracks until they disappeared into a wash of broken rock, where an old drainage culvert collapsed decades ago. A drop of about 12 feet led into a half-buried tunnel. The air coming from it smelled like wet clay and iron. One of the rescue men tied a rope to a cedar and lowered himself down with a flashlight. After a moment he called up. "Looks man-made. Old ventilation shaft. Goes about 20 yards, then ends in a wall. See anything?" He paused. "Couple of scraps. Fabric, maybe." When he climbed out, he held a torn piece of camo sleeve, frayed at the cuff. Whitby turned it over in his glove. "Could be his," he said. "Could be anyone's." But we both knew whose it was. They widened the search that afternoon, bringing in more deputies, a drone team, even a forensic unit to scan the hillside. News spread faster than the evidence. By sundown, half of Dungannon was parked along the road, waiting for updates. Reporters showed up the next morning. Whitby hated that part. He gave one short statement. "Ongoing search for missing hunter, terrain difficult. No sign of foul play." And left it that. He told me quietly, "Keep your mouth shut unless it's to the deputies." I did. For 3 days, we combed that ridge. Every night I went home bone tired and wide awake, mind running circles around one question. What could have drawn Holt back up here? He'd been scared, sure, but more than that, angry. Maybe he wanted to prove something, find something the rest of us missed. Maybe he thought the boy's story deserved a witness. On the 4th morning, one of the drone operators spotted an anomaly near a secondary shaft half a mile east. The camera showed a depression in the ground, maybe a sink or old blasting hole, partially covered with brush. We hiked out. The smell hit before we saw it, sour, faintly chemical, the kind of scent that tells you there's no rush anymore. Holt was at the bottom of the hole, 5 feet down, half buried in loose shale. His flashlight was still on, beam dead against the dirt. Whitby didn't let anyone talk for a full minute. Then he said, "Let's get him out." The rescue men worked slow, brushing and bagging. There was no sign of struggle, no gun, no blood. Just Holt, eyes closed like he'd lain down to rest. His right hand clutched a coil of copper wire. The lab ruled it an accident. A slip down unstable ground, probable head trauma. But even the coroner admitted the posture was strange. No defensive wounds, no scrapes from the fall. It was like he'd sat there and waited for the mountain to cover him. They found the wire came from old electrical scrap, scattered near the ventilation shaft. Same gauge as the wire that had bound the boy's lantern. When the report came through, Whitby dropped the folder on my desk at the ranger substation and rubbed his temples. He must have picked it up while looking around. Curiosity killed him, plain and simple. "Maybe," I said. He gave me that narrow stare again. "You got another theory?" "Only that he wasn't the kind to quit easy." "Neither was that boy," Whitby said. Then he closed the folder. "Mountain doesn't care. End of story." But it didn't feel like the end. Holt's family held a small service in Bristol the next week. I went out of respect. His wife thanked me for being there, eyes glassed from holding it together. "I couldn't stop talking about that trip," she said. Said he'd seen something up there he couldn't explain. I told him to let it go. He tried, I said softly. After the service, I stepped outside to the parking lot. The day was bright, wind cutting cold across the asphalt. Dr. Ferriffs was there, standing off to the side with a notebook tucked under his arm. "Mr. Bryce," he said, shaking my hand. "I read about your friend. I'm sorry." "Thanks." He hesitated before continuing. "The state allowed us brief access to the mine site before they closed it for stabilization. We recovered a few artifacts, small tools, helmet fragments. But we also found something else, about 20 feet deeper than the original shaft, behind a collapsed timber wall." He opened his notebook, showing a photo of a narrow cavity, lined with decayed wood and black soil. Inside, 3 rusted helmets and skeletal remains larger than a child's. "Adults?" I asked. "Men, likely crew members. Based on position, they were trapped after the blast. But here's the strange part. Each had a piece of wire wrapped around the wrist. Same copper twist. So the whole team used it," I said. "Maybe," he said quietly. "Or maybe one man made sure they all stayed with their work." He closed the book. "Well, never know which. But I thought you should see it." After he left, I sat in my truck for a long while before turning the key. The image of those wires wouldn't leave my mind. In some stories, ghosts linger for revenge. In the real ones, guilt does. A month passed. Snow dusted the ridge, the tape long torn away. The forest healed faster than the people. I guided one last trip before winter. 2 boaters from Tennessee who didn't ask questions and didn't tell stories. We stayed clear of the North Ridge. On the final morning, as the sun came up through a thin mist, I saw a glint on the trail ahead. Just metal catching light, nothing more. When I bent to pick it up, it was a small length of copper wire, twisted tight at one end, brittle with age. I carried it down the mountain in silence and set it on my porch rail when I got home. It stayed there through the season, turning green with frost. In January, Sheriff Whitby stopped by unannounced. He looked older, shoulders heavy under his coat. "Got a call from Richmond," he said. "State decided to classify both incidents as closed. Historical accident, modern accident. They're done with Clinch. Just like that. Just like that. He looked toward the trees behind my cabin. You going back up there? No reason to. He nodded slowly. Good. Some places, you finish the story by leaving it alone. When he left, the snow started again. Quiet, fine, like ash. I sat by the window until dark, listening to the soft patter on the roof. I tried to picture the ridge in spring, when the ground thaws and everything green fights its way back through what's buried. Maybe the mountain keeps its own records, written in roots and rust, and maybe that's enough. Still, when wind slips through the holler some nights, it carries a sound that doesn't belong to the trees. Not voices, not chains, just that small metallic rhythm, wire brushing stone. I tell myself it's the old shaft settling, iron shifting in frozen ground. And I believe it, mostly. But I keep the porch light on all the same.